Hi, Michelle.
Oh, I see we're live on YouTube now. What's up to?
Oh, I didn't see that up in the upper left-hand corner.
Yes, that's new icon. Or it may have always been there, but this is the first time I've noticed it.
Yeah, it takes a little longer to set up than just regularly hitting record, so that's why.
Okay, well, I noticed the difference. I appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else who's watching us on YouTube Live will do that as well.
All right, it looks like it's 7 o'clock. I think we're ready to get started. Before we get started, I think the interpreters are going to make an announcement.
Not hearing you just yet, Desmond. Still not yet. I could try.
I can hear you in Spanish on the Spanish channel.
You can't switch over? I'll go ahead and hit end for now and then start again. Go ahead.
Hello, hello. Yes.
Now I can hear you.
Hola a todos, buenas noches. Si usted se necesita los servicios de interpretación, por debajo de la pantalla debe de haber un globo. Por favor, haz clic en el globo y pulsar español.
Gracias. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. And thank you for our interpreter for being here tonight. All right, I call this meeting to order at 7:01. And I see all board members are present. Just as a reminder, this is being recorded. And we are now on to item number 2, approval of tonight's agenda. Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll move that we approve tonight's agenda for November the 5th as listed.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to comments from the board and superintendent. And I believe we start with Nancy, right?
Yeah. So I have a lot of activities, and I sent them the specific activities into Jesus to record, but I'll just let you know, I voted by mail for the first time, and that was a very exciting experience that I'm sure many people had. And I've been in communication with some local candidates regarding elections and election outcomes. Main activities in the past 2 weeks have been around the local planning council. I'm now serving on their executive committee with communication and outreach. I've done a lot of activities with the Santa Clara County School Boards Association with their Ledge Action. I participated in their special update yesterday for the election. I also had the exciting privilege of attending the Silicon Valley Leadership Group Forum with Dr. Fauci, who was the keynote speaker, along with our local experts talking about COVID. I am having lots of fun being in the Santa Clara County Ethnic Studies group, where they're developing curriculum around that. I wanted to let you know that the Sunnyvale Age Friendly Advisory Committee would like it if we as a school board would be able to share notices of some of the middle schools special concerts and presentations now that they're on Zoom. They would like to be able to post that and share them out with the rest of the community, because there are many people that are feeling more socially isolated right now, and they thought that the performing arts is something that brings people joy. So I thought I would let the community know about that, and I've already reached out to the high school community. And with that, I'll close my comments.
All right, I think we got Jeff and then Bridget and then Reed.
I don't really have anything to add today, so I'll yield to Bridget.
Okay, the last couple of weeks I've just been kind of recouping and recovering from a surgery, which I lived through, so I'm very excited. That was my low bar. And I'm doing really well. I did manage to take fill out the online form for volunteering and retake the training just to see if anything had changed for the mandated reporting. And then also for like, if you're going to be a volunteer in the district, now the form to do that is online and anyone can sign up for that. It was very easy to use. I do have to go get my TB test renewed, but since we're virtual, it should be okay. I have a little time. But the training that they ask you to do for working with kids is very emotionally challenging to do, I would say. It's been a while since I had been through that training. And whenever there's discussion about recognizing signs of child abuse or people who abuse children, it's disturbing. But I think that for safety, I think it's really important. So if you are interested in volunteering, I recommend you do the whole thing. And what else did I do? I volunteered in a classroom at SMS again and at CMS, and that's been really rewarding for me. And you get a good window into the challenges of technology and participation, and just the patience all around and the effort and the excitement. Oh, and I also went with Mike. Was that last week, Mike, that we went to Lakewood and we saw the
Friday.
Yeah, so that was last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So it's a blur. And that was really interesting because they've set it up very similarly to how they have it at Bishop. It's slightly configured slightly differently, but you can just tell that they're getting the procedures together. And we saw the testing area for, was it the ELAC testing that they're doing, or the language testing area, and saw how that was all organized and configured. And we got to watch Pam and the vice principal and a couple teachers dance in Halloween costumes, and just the festivity and all the work the PTA put into creating school spirit bags of candy for the drive-through or walk-up parade. And so it was just very sweet all around. You know, it was a mix of hard work, and we got to also look at some of the classrooms online. Mike and I popped into some classrooms virtually with Pam. And so it was just, it wasn't a long stay, but I felt like we got to see a lot. So that was great. And that's about it. So
nice. So, I have to say, it's really hard to have a job and be on the school board at the same time, especially a new job. I've been so focused, and it just shows me how proactive that I've had to be on the school board to be so involved. And so it's crazy. So I have done a little bit over the past couple of weeks, mostly with the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. I was really excited about the fall dinner where I got to introduce Mike as our new superintendent and had to say goodbye to my fellow delegates and fellow Santa Clara County, it's all of you guys, which is sad, but I'm still around for a little while. And the fall dinner, I don't know if any of you guys were there for the whole thing, and I can't remember the name of the speaker, but she talked about the school to prison pipeline. And it was really interesting. I had never really heard it from that perspective about how it was really a cultural shift that started making the school to prison pipeline happen in terms of more police being more aggressive and more punitive and in schools, and shifts even like testing and schools getting punished when their tests are low. So then they really want to make sure that they have kids that are doing well. And it's, I mean, she just gave so many real life examples about how we got to where we are. But I guess the good news is that the things that she said we can do to help are things we're doing, like MTSS, PBIS, restorative justice. And when she said all those things at the end, I was so happy because, you know, we're doing those things. Most of the school districts in our county are really working hard at trying to fix this system that's kind of put us in this not great place. And then the other thing I want to tell you is jury duty is still alive and well, just in case you were wondering, in COVID. So I'm almost free. I've had to check 3 times a day to see if I get jury duty, but hopefully my last check is tomorrow midday, and I haven't been called in, but I will tell you that a lot of people got called into jury duty on election day starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, because you know, you can see everybody's numbers. So that is pretty such a bummer, but I guess the world has to go on regardless of the fact that we're in the midst of an election. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Reed, and everybody. I don't have really a whole lot new to report, just kind of the same stuff always of, you know, reading emails and responding to them and attending meetings and webinars. I was going to kind of share, Reed mostly shared, but that the presentation of this about the schools to prison pipeline, it was really interesting because I didn't really know the history of it. And so that history was very interesting and very informative, and reminded me, as we've kind of been on the journey with Nicole Anderson, specifically more like with other parts of education, like just as you learn the history, the system really was designed and has been designed for certain students and to disadvantage certain students. So it just was one piece of that puzzle that was reminding me of that. And yeah, that is all that I have. Dr. Gallagher.
Thank you. So just a couple things quickly. First of all, congratulations to the Fremont High School District for winning their parcel tax election, Measure M. That's very exciting, and another great testament to the support our community has for our local schools. So that's great. I was able to congratulate Polly Bovey, the superintendent, on Wednesday morning. And then the other thing is at the end of the meeting, I just kind of want to plant a seed for this. At the very end of our meeting, we're going to talk about our upcoming meeting schedule through December. And so, and I've Isabel, who will be on the board at the end of December, will join us for that conversation. So we'll like include her. So I was going to go through the dates here, but we can do it then, I think. Anyway, so don't let us leave without doing that. I guess that's the message.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to item 4, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there is a representative who would like to speak, please use your raise hand feature. Leah, are you seeing somebody?
No, not at this time.
Okay, we'll give it just a moment longer just in case. Aaliyah, it looks like there's a hand. Is that someone from the Sunnyvale Education Association?
Oh, They lowered their hand. I think that was a mistake.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're now on to item 5, comments from the California School Employees Association. So if there's a representative from that association who would like to speak, please use your raise hand. And we'll give it just a moment in case there's somebody. Aaliyah, are you seeing anybody?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to item 6, comments from the public. And I will read what I normally read. This portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any items of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. Speakers are asked to give their full name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. And as a reminder, there will be time for public comment on agendized items later in the meeting. This portion of public comment is usually for items that are not on the agenda. So if you would like to speak now, please use the raise hand feature.
Looks like we have 2.
Aaliyah, you want to lead us through that?
Yes, thank you. So we have Debbie Wyseth is first, and then followed by Susan Caballel.
Hello, my name is Debbie Wyseth. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at San Miguel School in the very proud Sunnyvale School District. I was reading through the school plan for reopening, and I was wondering if you had any more information about, I will first have a request, and I wanted to know if you have any more information about how many students would be in a cohort when they go back to school, how many days would the students be going. I'm very concerned about students going only part-time and only getting then being on their own half the time. I don't feel that would be robust instruction for our students. So I'm very concerned about that. And then I did have a request that you guys take into account after the new year and I think we're going back, or you guys are considering going back after Martin Luther King Day. But I just want to make sure that we have like a 2-week quarantine period where students are back at home and not out and about as much. But I think that was Martin Luther King Day after I went back. So just checking that off my list. And yeah, just anywhere we can get more of that information or be part of the schedule when we go back, and just keeping in mind that we want our students to have the most instruction with a teacher as possible and not on their own. Thank you for your time and listening. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Debbie. And then next up is Susan Caballel.
I'm Susan Caballel, teacher at San Miguel School. I wanted to share some realities of virtual school that might not be apparent to you as a board. There are a chunk of students in every class who are successful in this format. They have quiet homes, the self-discipline to listen and stay engaged through a screen, and the work ethic to complete asynchronous assignments. But the reality of what we teachers see every day is this. Some homes are really noisy. I might hear a snippet of the crying and conversations and TV and music and kitchen noises for a minute when a student unmutes, but these students are surrounded by that the entire school day. And we're expecting them to take a STAR reading test in that environment. Some students share one bedroom with 2 sets of bunk beds, their toddler brother watching TV plus 2 older siblings attending school. They leave the Zoom screen frequently to help their siblings or because they're distracted. I can tell their parents, but these are the parents who are working multiple jobs, so I also don't want to burden them because the situation is out of their hands. The parents are doing what's needed to provide for their family. And then there are parents who sit with children, talk to them during class, and sometimes do their work for them, which they turn into us, and we're expected to grade it. Grades will be based on very limited information this trimester. Teachers are unable to assess true understanding because we're not in homes to know how much students are doing independently or with parent support. There are students who log into Zoom at the beginning of the day and we mark them present, but cameras are off all day. And when I talk to them, they don't respond to me. But according to the attendance data, I've got 100% attendance most days. In reality, a third of my students are typically tardy. A few have videos off. A couple repeatedly leave the screen to play with relatives. Some leave Zoom between recess and lunch, and others never attend the afternoon session. I've caught students listening to Minecraft streams and playing video games during school. So really, that attendance and engagement data you'll be seeing tonight, those numbers are inaccurate of our day-to-day reality. You might question why we teachers can't set expectations like we do on campus. And that's what I struggle with. Where do we draw that line between the expectations I typically set for school and the flexibility and understanding I want to provide students given the situation? The district expects that teachers complete report cards as before, but attendance is recorded present when a student shows up for any small amount of
30
time.
seconds.
Because of this, rigor and reality don't match. It's not okay that we continue to put on a happy face about virtual school. Now, I'm not saying that learning is not taking place. I've experienced many incredible discussions, inspiring aha moments, and all the wonderful parts of teaching this year.
10 seconds.
But for transparency, and so we truly reach out and support students and teachers who need it, we must cut the toxic positivity that is systemically embedded into the teaching profession and be honest about the realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And next up is Deidre Moya. Deidre, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sí, buenas noches. Quiero dar yo también mi opinión. Soy una mamá de San Miguel con 3 niños en un apartamento de 2 recámaras. Es muy difícil estar con los niños que se están distrayendo porque no los puedo acomodar en uno en cada lado porque es imposible. La privacidad de uno no puedo estar yo ir a la sala, ir a mi cuarto por no interrumpirlos a ellos y porque ellos se estén concentrando para que hagan su trabajo. Es muy, la verdad es muy difícil. Yo quisiera ver si ya van a abrir como no, las familias que tenemos pues más hijos, que se pudiera, no sé, combinar un tiempo llevarlos a la escuela o no sé, porque para mí que tengo 3 niños y los 3 niños están tomando la clase, es muy difícil. No sé qué respuesta me puedan dar sobre eso. Y por más que uno quiera ayudar a los hijos a que su trabajo y a que mejoren, pues no se puede porque uno distrae al otro, no puede uno estar caminando por la casa libremente para no interrumpirlos más que nada y que ellos se concentren. Y como estaban diciendo las maestras, muchas veces uno no sabe si de verdad están conectados viendo y no los quiere uno hablarles para ver si están poniendo atención o no. Entonces, quisiera que se tomara en cuenta también eso, las familias que tenemos más hijos y que los 3 hijos están tomando clases. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Moya. And then next up is David O'Brien.
Hello, I just wanted to point out a few things that I think came out this week that are of interest. One is in the Mercury News on November 1st, there was a big headline of falling grades spike in the Bay Area as schools continue with distant learning. And it shows a big uptick in increase of failing grades and lowering of grades. We need to get back into the classroom. Also, on November 2nd, listening to NPR, there's a very interesting Here and Now segment, which if y'all can't find it, I'd be more than glad to give you a pointer to it, where they discuss, it says, Dr. David Rubin says there hasn't been a lot of transmission of the coronavirus at schools that are following rigorous protocols with masks, social distancing, and ventilation. Now, everyone says we will follow the science, so how about we do follow the science and look at these reports and how corona is not a super spreader environment when kids are back in the classroom. And before you say this is some sort of Republican whatnot, like I said, this was a segment that was on NPR, who no one would ever say is lying about this on November 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And next up is Tyler Knapp.
Hello, I am a first grade teacher at Ellis Elementary, and I want to kind of respond to some of the parents who want us to be back in the classroom, because I want to make sure that it is safe for everyone to be back in the classroom, but it's also respectful of the students' learning experience this year, because if we're going to go back in the classroom and rearrange classes and mix up the students with brand new teachers and brand new classmates, I think that's going to re-trigger a very traumatic experience that they already had in March. And then they're already having a difficult time again this year, trying to make connections and tear them apart. So I'm really concerned about the reopening if we have to rearrange classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. And that is looking like it for now.
Thank you, Aaliyah, and thank you for those who spoke. I think for the one to follow up, I think this the staff person from San Miguel can follow up, maybe more information of how they can support her with that. We are now on to item 7A, presentation on the Panorama survey results. And that is Dr. Dean.
Good evening, board. I'm actually excited to present the data and overwhelmed in presenting it all at the same time. It appears I may be having some connectivity issues, so as I begin the presentation, if that is the case, please give me a thumbs up or something so I'm aware of it, because I won't have a way of knowing. So I just wanted to share that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and try to find that information now. Sorry about that. Oh boy. It's not wanting to cooperate here. Okay, can we see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we had an opportunity in October to reach out to our families, our students, and our staff with our Panorama survey data. As I present this evening, there's a lot of information, so I want to let the board know if there's more information you would like questions on this evening, just let me know. I'm going to try to highlight the most critical elements since you've had an opportunity to look at a lot of the data. And to our people who are with us this evening, if there's details you want to know, this information will be posted on the website. as well as the complete surveys so that you have an opportunity to look more carefully if you would like to do so. So with that, I'm going to jump into our presentation this evening. The survey includes students in grades 3 through 8. This is typically our focus from a developmental level so that students have the skills and capacity to answer the questions. And so that's that range. And then we have other ways of assessing and getting input from our students at the younger grades. And that's an area I'll talk more about that we actually want to look at as we move forward in our surveying. We do send the survey to all of our families. That includes our preschool families. So that allows us to at least get some perspective on our younger students we have in the district. And then of course, we send the survey to all of our staff, but because of the emphasis on instruction this time and some of the details and the questions that we're seeking, some of the district administrators, as well as the school site leaders, are not included in this survey. So I just thought that was important for members to know. So as we look at the survey response rate, I feel good and pleased with our students, our family, and our staff. I think overall, this is a good response rate. Of course, we would love to hear 100%, but when we're surveying, that's just not realistic, unfortunately. But we have I would say, a good cross-section of our district on what the views and variations and thoughts might be from them. So that's very helpful. The other piece with that is, we got really good responses, as you'll see from our students. And so I want to give kudos to our instructional staff who were instrumental and our site leaders as well, and really taking time to be able to get that information during their sessions with students. And you can see, having that connectivity makes a big difference. We would have hoped to have a little bit larger for staff, but we also realize that our staff have been tapped quite a bit this year with all kinds of information and questions. So I still think it's good feedback and good participation. But we do recognize we are asking them many questions. And so I'm sure that has impacted that just a little bit as well. This time, unlike in the summer when we did our survey, we were able to have all with some similarities in the survey topics that we were asking, in particular with the uniqueness of, virtual learning and be able to get feedback across the board on that concept, which was very positive and very honest. I feel like we got honest feedback, and that's very powerful. If people felt it was good, they were great saying it, but if they felt it wasn't so wonderful, they were good about saying that as well. So the topics were able to bring out those variety of thoughts. And I think in particular, as we look at the survey topics and some of the information, I think the cultural awareness, we went back and forth on whether or not we should actually address this particular area, but we decided, you know what, we're asking, let's go for it. So we did. And I'm so glad that we did, because I think we saw some alignment. We saw alignment of people wanting to know more, but also being honest that they really don't know. And so, so that's good. And that feeds very well into our goals as a district to really define our equity statement and really begin to do more around this work. And I think this data will also help us in some of that work as well. So with regards to the family survey, the areas are listed here, but I thought we had an opportunity for a diverse group of families to participate in a variety of ways. We had the privilege of getting quite a few comments. And so that just kind of adds a different value, because you can sometimes get more specifics. And then all of our surveys, in particular our family surveys too, an opportunity for them to share more if they felt that that was something that they needed to do. With regards to our staff survey topics, I just want to take a little bit of emphasis on this, but what really came out was the emphasis about the site and kind of what they have been doing, how they're communicating. They really appreciate the one-to-ones when they have an opportunity, the staff groups that they have, and some of the information around like office hours that have been made available to them in order to work with their learning, their frustration, their questions, things like that. So that definitely came forth in these questions and gave staff an opportunity to comment on some of those areas as well. So let's jump into the data just a little bit more as we look at our student needs survey data. So as we talked about, we did a survey in the summer, right before school let out, and led into summer, right in June, July. And so while some of the questions that we chose this time had some similarity, definitely we needed to adapt that. We needed to adapt that based upon what we learned from the questions in July and at the end of last school year. We also had to consider some unique questions for the different groups, so whether it was our students or family or staff. So of course there's some variability there. And then also the emphasis on the SEL, trying to get at the types of needs and the types of things we need to know as we work with our different stakeholder groups. And the one thing that resonates with this is it will become very important as we look to our next survey on how we can capture the voices and the perspectives of our K2 students, or TK actually, second grade students, as we look for input from our younger students. So that'll be something, a takeaway to continue working on as we move forward. So the survey for our students is broken up into our 3 through 5, and then our 6 through 8, which we'll talk about in a bit. And I'm just going to highlight some areas from the data here. So the one in particular I wanted to speak to was about food shortage, where you'll see we have 243 students who reported some particular need in that particular area. And so the way we are addressing these particular areas is that our school site teams, which would include either a social worker or liaisons or members of the MTSS teams, they are basically reaching out to investigate and understand what that really means. In particular, there's a different interpretation about sometimes food shortage, for example, but anywhere we felt that was high of, yes, this is a problem, we're reaching out and getting clarification. And each of our school sites, as I'm reporting the overall data, our school administrators, and we had leads for the survey at each of those sites, whether they have specific information about their students, specifically who they are, and then they can work to address those particular needs more individually for our students. The other area, which is a highlight for our teachers, I know sometimes in the board meetings, sometimes I think we have people that are in 3 buckets typically, but what came through very soundly is that our students are feeling a lot of support by their teachers, regardless. They may not like virtual, and some of them talked about not liking it, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but they still do feel that their teachers are being helpful in some way and supporting of them. And so you'll see that data on the screen there. So I think that's very positive and a testament to the hard work everyone is trying to do. With regards to the 6 through 8 data, have some additional highlights here. Again, the food shortage, you've kind of heard our way by which we're addressing that, and we're also doing that with our middle school students. And then the other area that talked about taking care of others, and I think even this evening you've heard about, excuse me, those situations where we do have students who, yes, they're logging off or taking a moment because they need to go over and help a sibling. And even at our elementary with some of our 5th grade and 4th grade students having to do similar things. So that is real. And the data here actually points to that. So I just thought it was important because we're hearing voices and it is something we need to address and think about. But students and staff are doing the very best job that they can. And I think the data definitely points to that quite a bit. So virtual learning. as I jump to this data a little bit, I want to just kind of highlight, how is it going? And I know sometimes, you want to highlight the great things that we are doing as a district and what are the benefits and what have we learned and how are we progressing forward? And so for this particular section, I just thought it was important to kind of highlight the things that we got. Now, there were many comments. I can't remember how many at this time, but quite a few to go through. So the challenges that we're presenting here is the highlights. So, we basically took all the comments down and then did basically a cross check of one and where were the themes. And so what you're seeing here are where some of those themes were for how students were reporting challenges to doing work at home. And so, so we appreciate that. And I think the thing that stood out here for me in looking at the data and working through that a little bit is explaining how I did a math problem in words. I mean, just things like this came through for students as they're trying to capture really what they're experiencing as a learner in virtual. So I thought that was very positive and also helpful as we're trying to think about how to do instruction regardless. Challenges about virtual learning. Many you've heard here in our board meetings. Students definitely, as well as families, also captured this. Again, I'll keep reiterating, I feel like we really did get voice and we did get perspective, which I think is very powerful. And I think we had alignment of some of these thoughts across each of our groups, which I think is a true testament to the data. And then a connection to time continues to resonate, time together, time being communal, if you will. I think resonated in many of the responses. So how can we make it better? Students are definitely being vocal, as well as families were too. Some of the issues that are here on the screen are ones that you've actually heard about, not just from the survey, but just across in comments that we've gotten here and other ways from our stakeholders. So I think that's consistent. And again, students are being very resilient, but at the same time, they're definitely being very clear about where some of the challenges existed for them and gave recommendations on how to make it better. Students' social support and well-being. It's not at the end because it's least important, but it just kind of is that foundation to helping and supporting our students where they are. The first area of this data kind of points to positive feelings. And these are things that most students are able to kind of resonate with them and be able to be honest about how they're feeling. And so as we look at the data responses, you'll see that the watch on the work, like for feeling happy, almost never. You grades 6 through 9, you see 19 there. So the way we look at this is all the data is very important and means a lot. But so we start our work with that almost never when it's the negative, and then try to intervene again with our teams across the district. So as the social worker or the teacher, whoever's the most appropriate person to reach out to the students. And I didn't emphasize that when I started the presentation, but we have a confidential survey versus an anonymous one. And so what that affords us is that only those who need to know will know that student's needs, but the right people do know, so they can reach out and work with that student to address that, understand that, and then work with the classroom teacher or whoever it is to address that student's particular needs in the best way we possibly can. So this chart is about negative feelings. Same approach to this is actually taking place here as well. Our emphasis again was on the almost always for the negative feelings and how we intervene here as well. So this section speaks to family needs. You'll see some of the main areas here that we address in this particular area were about food, housing, their child's well-being, and then of course, childcare. All of these areas to the right, you can see some extremely concerned in particular areas, childcare areas. And while for some of the things that parents are needing and wanting, we as a school district don't have the capacity sometimes to meet that need, we do have the opportunity to connect them to other resources that may be able to help them. And so that's what we try to do. And we also try to be sure that we at least talk to them, because sometimes just the phone call, just the conversation, just the validation to know that we actually did follow up means and goes a long way for many of the families. So we do try to make connections. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not, but we get closer to cutting down the numbers on the right and making them smaller by doing so. So in the area of food support during school closure, these were some of the themes. Like I said, we basically take all the ideas and try to put themes to them on what was consistent there. And I think the things I want to emphasize here in particular is about the type of food individuals are looking for. And so what we're trying to do is provide more community connections for where they may be able to get that. If that's the type of food that they need in order to support them and their family. And, you know, sometimes with supports, they're good supports, but if it doesn't work for you as a family, it's not very helpful. And so we're just trying to be mindful of that and sensitive to that to provide, or at least direct families to where they can get more of their needs met. Family needs during school closure. Again, you can see a lot on socio-emotional needs here. We've had the theme of English learner support resonating in a multitude of different ways from the comments. And then, you know, again, just that connectivity factor, you know, kids need to be connected some kind of way at school, please. Is definitely themes that resonated through the comments that were shared with us. So virtual learning, this is coming from our family's lens of how things are going. You'll see here that, you know, highly effective, and it speaks to, and we have effective, and then it goes down from there. And, you know, the thing about this type of data, it's kind of like medical data, right? You know, if you lose one, it's one too many. And so we definitely are sensitive to that. We're sensitive to the fact that we are reaching a lot and much more positive. And some of the comments definitely point to that from when we started in March with the closure to where we are now. You definitely can see an improvement even in the responses and the comments, but it's just when you know you have not effective for just those who responded for 154, it is something that's hard to digest, I will say that. So the virtual learning, these are some of the themes there. The quality or the quantity of the work completion, the quality of the education. That's going back to like, yes, there's a lot that's going well, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of families it's just not working for. We did want to proceed with getting feedback on the tools that we kind of consolidated to use as a school district this year in order to support our virtual and distance learning tools. In particular, you'll see the Zoom comes in really high. The Seesaw in particular has been particularly effective, and then our Google Suite. And the reason I want to highlight that is because those are things that we'll continue to use. They won't go away. So hopefully our skills will be better so that when we are back in person, we'll be that much more skilled in order to use and integrate these particular tools into our learning each day. So students are learning, families are learning, and so that is positive. So virtual learning since August 2020. These are kind of some of the themes that are there. As I've shared, you know, families, students, and staff feel it's much better than it was in the spring, for sure. You know, people recognize, families recognize, kids recognize it's much more organized. Teachers are doing a great job. Lots of praise that was given in the comments. But at the same time, it's just very hard. It's hard for kids to feel like they're doing their best, and that just makes it very difficult. But again, like I said, I think the comments were in each bucket. So I felt good about the data that we received because I felt like people were being very honest from their particular lenses, and that's very powerful and allows us to plan better as a school district. So as we come to a close and we look at this campus reopening family survey data, it definitely points to, we have 3 buckets, as I keep saying. You know, we have those who are like, yes, let's start. Can we do it tomorrow? I'm ready, I'm sending them. We have those that really are not really sure. They want more information to really make their minds up. And then there are some that, you know, really are fine with a virtual program, as long as we can maintain the quality and continue doing some of the things that we've been doing. So if families do return, if kids do return, what do they want to know? They definitely want to know that we're going to be safe. And so as I looked through the comments, it was very positive because the majority of all the recommendations that they provided for us are things that we're already doing, things that we're improving on, and also trying to strengthen. So I think that was very positive. It lets us know that the steps that we're taking to keep our campuses safe are the things that families and students want to see, as well as our staff. So that's very positive. And so with that, I will conclude a few more details here with regards to communication. So families, interestingly, sorry, that's my timer. Preferred method of communication, that continues to be consistent, as you'll see here. Email is still very powerful. Phone calls, website, and that other Class Dojo. We had one there for families. You see with students, they definitely like the Class Dojo. That popped out pretty well. And then we have our students in 6th through 8th grade, how they're responding. So I was I'm continue to be shocked by the data, but it's consistent each time. Email still ranks very high in how participants want to receive their information. So that's very positive. So here's just some data I'm going to go through quickly on our learning models here for the classroom staff. Just going to kind of go through some of these. I think it's pretty confidence in providing effective instruction, supporting family in this situation. You'll see, you know, information with our classroom and our classified staff, how they've been responding, how they feel. So it is a balance. Student engagement, we're going to talk a little bit more about this question a little bit in the presentation, a little bit more, but nonetheless, this information definitely, again, points to a balance in different buckets for different reasons. Campus reopening staff survey, return to in-person, how do they feel about that? We again, it's a range, just like we've talked about with the other groups. Full-time in-person, again, a range for yes, let's start right now, to strongly oppose. So the last segment I want to kind of emphasize a little bit is our cultural awareness. As I talked about earlier, as you look across the data, you will really see a balance between each of our groups, our families, our middle schoolers, classified, as well as classroom staff. You'll see that, you know, there was a very similar response rate to these particular questions. And this is the area that we plan to go deeper on as we look at our equity work and kind of really go deeper on this data and use that to inform our practices and what we're going to do. Okay, questions on specifically on equity. How often do professional development opportunities explore new ideas about how to promote equity in your practice? So we're trying to get at types of questions that will inform where we take our steps and how we take them in order to improve our practice. Just going through to give you an opportunity to look at some of those different perspectives. Cultural awareness, colleagues improving your practice. And I do feel that the data came through again very honestly. And so, like I said, there's a lot of data for us to process, for us to use, for us to inform, not just about campuses reopening, but about how to reopen differently, how to reopen better, hopefully, and how to continue the work that before the closure we were already doing. But we've learned so much since that time. And so we will continue to meet with our reopening advisory committees. We continue to have ongoing meetings and forums with our families and our community. As I shared throughout the presentation, our social workers and our site teams are trying to follow up with both students and families with follow-up. And I think we've done about 85% of that work, and that will be finalized by the end of next week, reaching out. We will continue to improve and build upon our learning and instruction for our students. And then, as we talked about, the goal is to incorporate this data into our planning for our campuses reopening, but then also to look towards next school year and beyond for what it is we want to do here in Sunnyvale. So thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Tasha. Before we go to the board, if there's anyone in the public who has any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. And we'll give it just a moment. Aaliyah, do you want to lead us through the public comments?
Yes, it looks like first up is Susan Cabello.
Hi, I'm Susan Cabal, teacher at San Miguel. I noticed in the slide for the returning to school with all the protocols, there's never ever any mention about like regular testing of staff, students. And I feel like from what I've been reading from other schools that have come back, in particular colleges, and I know we're a different demographic and situation, that the ones that have had maintained high attendance because of low cases are the ones that have had a proactive, frequent testing of people. I understand someone mentioned how, you know, the case rate is low, which is true in Santa Clara County. However, at San Miguel, if you look at the case rate, it is higher than most of the county. So that's one concern I have. We see the students and how they are working on their pods and going to, and they tell us about how they're going to parties. So we are concerned about them returning without concern for the safety for the teachers. And then I would have that same concern about bringing them back home. So I don't know if that's something that has been considered, at the very least as an initial, like if we're all returning to school, the people who come back should start initially with a negative test, students, staff, teachers, everyone on campus. So I'm hoping that's something you will consider as a safety precaution, because I think that would make a big impact on our return and the safety of our return. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Not seeing any others.
Thank you, Aaliyah. And Susan, I think, and when on the campus reopening planning, I think there will be some discussion about testing there. All right, board, any questions or comments from the presentation about the survey results. Bridget?
Yeah, so I was interested when I was reading this, and I marked my copy up a lot with, percentages, and I tried to figure out, like, I was kind of looking for patterns, and I think it's really great, again, that, you mentioned the appreciation for the teachers and who really promoted and facilitated the students taking the surveys, because I feel like, it was a very high response rate because it was a very high response rate for the students. We could take a look at that and like maybe even possibly draw some patterns out of it. And one of the things that was concerning to me was the food issue. And we've talked about it before, but just the fact that 350 students replied that within the last 3 days they ate less than they wanted to because there was not enough food at home. That rings some alarm bells for me. And as a former teacher, I know that in a classroom you can, of course you can send the kids to go get food, like go get a breakfast or help them get a lunch, but most classroom teachers have some snacks in their room. They ask for it as a donation, they bring it in from their own money, and they do that so that the kids can attend to the learning. So I'm just saying that was, that wasn't out of all the kids who responded, but if you said that that's a pattern, right? Even out of that's 350 kids out of upper graders. If you extrapolated that, right, and you said, well, maybe that's a pattern for all the kids, not just the specific children who answer that, like I've been hungry or I haven't been hungry. But if you said, I want to look at that across the schools, and what about the kids, if those are the big siblings, what if they have little siblings that are K through 2 who might also be hungry? I really hope that we don't have to do it right now, but I just want the board to know that I asked Michelle and Mike if we could take a look at this as part of our service to families. Maybe it's a communication issue. I know that we have social workers and we have outreach people, but I feel like, this is a very basic need, but and I know it's not all in our wheelhouse, right? I asked about this at the county, school board members association meeting. I said, are there any resources? And, I get it that this is probably like a Second Harvest food bank issue, right? But maybe we need to do some additional supports. It's great that we do a lot. I know we do a lot. I am not trying to say that we don't do a lot, but I'm just, if you look at the pattern, I'd really like to get use these numbers in a way that like looks at holistically how we're answering that. So that's more of a comment than a question. I just feel like, and I looked at the numbers. I really want to thank the team for sending us, at Out by School in our packet review thing, because there were kids at every school. So all the families at Cherry Chase or Cumberland or Ellis or any school that is not a Title I school, there are hungry kids at those schools too. And they don't necessarily mean they just stopped eating the pizza because they were out of pizza. I mean, it's possible. So I'd like to look at the whole thing. So that was my comment on that. And then for the parent surveys, I asked in the packet about the breakdown. It looked like that there's about twice as many non-Title I parents who responded as Title I school parents. And maybe they have very similar, the answer was it's statistically significant no matter what. But when you talk to the outreach workers and the principals and the teachers at those schools, are you seeing a lot of the same? Are you like, did that feel similar for them as far as like the answers that were here? Are you seeing similar concerns?
Yeah, actually there are some themes, and like I indicated, the teams have reached out, but just to kind of give you perspectives, when we reached out to families, some of the themes that are coming up are grades, attendance, social emotional needs, socialization, technology, virtual learning. Some just wanted to offer gratitude on how much they appreciate of what is happening, academics, language development. So there definitely is a theme, and people are coming from different lenses, but as they're sending me the information, these are the themes and the comments that they're getting. So it is very varied, but it's also varied from site to site. You know, it's, these buckets are coming from each site. So it's not like on one school, it's all about this, or another school, it's all about that. I think the themes are actually coming from all of our schools.
Okay. And then for the equity, I have only one more question, and that was about the equity. You know, I know you gave us the data about the questions, but like, what is the, like, what are, have you like had time to like look at it in terms of like insights, like as far as trends, like you were seeing that they were aligned, and that there's work to do, but like, what were some, like, what are your big takeaways for the work ahead? Like just short form before we actually do more.
We don't know what we don't know. You know, like, you know, the question was like, does this happen? And some parents like, I don't know, maybe it does. I have no idea. I don't know if it's happening. Or, you know, from the teacher's lens, nope, we're really not doing it. And I'm not necessarily sure I'm comfortable actually even doing it. So there's some themes around, you know, some people have a higher level of comfort and awareness, but I would say the responses to those questions was pretty similar in that we have about a third maybe who says, I know a little something, but not a lot, or really don't know, but I do need some development and training to be able to talk and do something about this.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Those were some things.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to other questions. I just want to kind of share two thoughts. I guess kind of the food insecurity reflections. One is kind of a wonder, which I don't think we have that information, but it would be interesting to see, like if we'd asked the same question about hunger, say a year ago at this time, like, do we have more students hungry now? As I'm sure even when they were on campus getting meals, you know, there were still issues. So just, that's one of my wonderings is, do we have more students hungry? I would assume, but just that's kind of one of my wonderings. And then my other piece with, you know, no matter what the circumstances are, when we have students who are hungry, we want to do our best to help them. But I feel like, especially right now, for a lot of those students, the sooner we can get them on, so from my perspective, the sooner we can get them onto campus, that's kind of the best way as a school district, right, that we can get food to the kids is when they're on campus. So those are just kind of my two reflections specifically with the food. Do people have other questions or comments? Reed, go ahead. We'll go Reed, and then after Reed, Nancy.
Yeah, just a couple things. Obviously, there's a lot of really deep stuff here and interesting and lots to unpack. One of the things I wanted to mention is I just feel like from a social emotional level, the kids are struggling a lot. I think everybody's struggling a lot. And I loved the comment about the Zoom cafeteria, Zoomateria, or whatever we could call it. But I had a vision before we even went to Zoom. Like, I just wish there was a way to really let the kids socialize on Zoom. And I know they do a little bit with each other in classrooms, just chatting and stuff. But I just, hope, I don't know how much longer. I'm sure we're going to still have some level of Zoom for a very long time. So if there's ways that we can integrate socialization for them, I think that would be really helpful, because I think it can be really isolating, especially for, more introverted students that might not be making an effort, in any other area, or might not have the opportunity to make an effort. And then the other thing is just the physicality of being in front of a screen for hours and hours for everybody. I'm sure that there's lots of the body breaks, and all the teachers are working hard to ensure that it's not just this constant staring at a screen, and some of the kids are just turning off the camera and doing what they need to do. But I know there's been a lot of concern about wanting a little bit more paper and pen activities, and I just don't know how easy it is to integrate that into the schedule, especially when the schedule is so packed in. But that's another thing that I think would be nice to explore. And maybe when we're in school in a hybrid way, it might be easier to integrate more pen and paper, because the kids can actually come turn it in. Of course, there's touching and stuff, but I think that's just going to be part of what we're going to have to deal with when we're back in the classroom. I don't think it's a huge risk for someone to touch a piece of paper. But yeah, those are just some of my thoughts when I was seeing those, because it's just, there's the physical part, and then there's the emotional part. That's all just really hard. And I do want to say one thing about one of the teachers had said that we just don't want to, she doesn't want to see us just painting a rosy picture. And I think sometimes we do tend to focus on the positive because it makes us feel good. And there are positive things to focus on for sure, because we're doing a lot better. But it's definitely, this is like just such a terrible situation no matter what. And I mean, you guys are all aware, the comments that we get literally run the gamut. I mean, we just cannot possibly please everyone no matter what we do. And there's just not going to be any solution. So I guess this is not really the conversation about this right now, but it just brings it up for me that we just need to do the best we can for as many as we can. And that's what we're going to do. So keeping in mind everybody's needs as much as we can. Okay, I'm done.
Regarding the food insecurity issues, I appreciate having a focus in on that. It's hard to tell what is a short-term versus a longer-term need in the group and the population, and it's going to be challenging for even additional community resources to continue to keep at the high level of volume of need to meet in the community because of the economic slowdown. But I appreciate that we do have robust community partnerships, not only Second Harvest, but also with our Sunnyvale Community Services. And it's a matter of continuing to re-invite the conversation about what else can we do. And I appreciate that we're trying to be family centric, that there isn't one right way of addressing this particular issue. I also want to thank staff and students and families for actually doing the survey. Initially, I kind of felt a little bit disappointed that I didn't get the numbers consistently that I would have liked to seen across campuses. But given the fact of how many things we're trying to juggle, the fact that we got more response than we did before indicates there's some kind of resiliency happening there, and that for at least for some of our families, they are able to respond in informative ways for us. So I appreciate the responses from the students, the families, and our staff. And it's something that we can build upon. It's a journey. So thank you for giving us a touch point.
Thanks, Nancy. Bridget, do you have another question or comment?
I just have one more thing. Sorry. I do want to, when we do have that discussion, also talk about, also talk about our food service. I think that there is a component of that we are responsible for. And I agree with you that as schools, campuses reopen and more students return to campuses, that is one way to get them food. But you know, I don't know, I guess we'll talk later about when we can discuss it or when it would fit in with the conversation, but we're still have our food service people come every other week. Is that right? At 5 schools?
No, Lori, I don't know if you're there, you can answer for the schedule of the food service workers. There she is.
Hi there. Bishop and San Miguel are the only 2 schools that alternate staff. The other schools have the same teams every day.
So, but some schools are not open, right?
Correct. We have 6 schools open, 4 are not right now.
Right. So I think, I'd be really interested into looking at that and really understanding, how we're going to, and I understand that it's going to change a little bit, but I think that's part of what we could talk about. Okay. Wait, let me just check one little thing. I think that's all I have for right now. Oh, I had a question. We had some of the answers were for the returning to the school. I don't know, Tasha, the slide where it's talking about returning at the 3 different times.
Yes.
Or was it returning partially for 2 of the times and then returning full-time in person for one of them? Is that what that was? Or?
That is correct. Yeah.
So
in person, returning in January, and then there were some families who were kind of neutral, it could be in person, it could be virtual, it could be a combination, So.
Mm-hmm. But I was wondering if so far, just from that snapshot, how the classroom teacher numbers compared to the family numbers. I know they're all at different schools and whatever, but in general, are they somewhat close, or are there?
To be honest, I don't think we're going to really know until we survey all of our teachers, just because teachers as well as our other instructional staff.
Mm-hmm.
Since we don't have all there, we wouldn't have a true sense, I would say, but I would say we probably have that same blend where we have a significant number who may all want to come back and in person, and that's fine. And then we have those who need to know a little bit more in order to weigh in on what they're going to be able to do given their personal situations. And then those who, a blended model or a virtual model still remains a better option for them.
But there were maybe about maybe it was flipped or something, where there was more parents who were interested in coming back.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Board, is there any other questions or comments?
I just, I was a little surprised. I was actually expecting more of an impact on the social emotional. I was actually kind of surprised at the resilient, the resiliency that the scores would suggest among our students and families. But I'm actually, I don't know, there's part of me that's wondering if, like you were saying, we don't know what we don't know. And I'm wondering if there's a little bit of that going on within the community as well. Some of the, we were talking about, scores that was brought up tonight. And also part of the food conversation as well. It's just, we are a pretty significant portion of consistency among our population for our families. And I'm just, there's a part of me that's pretty concerned that the students or the families that we need to reach out to most significantly may not be reporting, as significantly as we'd like to. And it's kind of reading within the data. I don't want to speculate, but I just kind of keep going to what I hear from the families that are the most, that are expressing the most concern when they have the opportunity. I mean, those stories are real and they're significant, they make sense.
Mhm.
Kind of a proponent of, if I have one child that is going hungry, then it makes me not happy.
Yeah.
And I like the flexibility approach that we have, and I do appreciate that there's some families that have significant concerns, some staff members that have significant concerns. And I like the idea of, pushing forward and trying to get that consistency back into some of the communities that really want it the most. But thank you for that report, by the way. It was very, very comprehensive, and I appreciate the amount of families and participants in it, and the outreach, the effort for that too.
And I would just say our school sites, while they have the benefit of having the relationships and the teachers and knowing, even though it's virtual, it's not what they want. But I will say that some of the families, for example, who may not have responded, they have responded in other ways. So they have the benefit of hearing their voices. And so they're kind of hands on deck at their sites, trying to address some of those unique circumstances that they are dealing with. And so from that standpoint, I feel like we're getting those voices and those stories, and not all of them are a wonderful story, but I feel good that we know the majority of the stories. It's just now trying to find solutions to some of them that's more difficult to find a solution for, I guess I could say.
Thank you, Tasha. Thank you, everyone. Also, just thank you to all of your team. Tasha has helped you put this together, and I know principals and teachers, right, as we talked about earlier, helped with the students getting the surveys to get all that good information. I just want to end with sharing, I kind of what you said, I'm really glad you ended up putting in that cultural awareness piece, right? So that's a little bit kind of separate from the returning. It is a piece of it. But it did look like we have some really good data in there. And so I'm hoping that maybe, in a few months kind of down the road, we can dive into that a little bit more, and maybe kind of you could come back, or a team come back to share, what, as we pulled out stuff from that data, what are we now doing, or what are we planning to do with that information, just because that is something that we're all, right? It's a part of the work that we're doing. So yes, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all of your team for that hard work.
Thank you.
All right, board, we could do a break right now, but I'm hoping if we can plug through, we could do A and B and then do our break after that, but that might be a little while. So are we okay going to like...
Do you think that campus reopening planning might have more discussion? I think
it's not going to be a super long discussion, because there's a lot more coming out next week and the week after that.
Mm-hmm.
But it will take some time. So break now or break after those two?
Let's break after the two. We can check in after, if something has gone longer than we anticipated, you can check in again, but let's keep on going.
Does that work for everyone else?
How about 8:45 as a goal?
Okay, so maybe we'll just get through A first and then do a break. Okay. All right, so we now are on to that item, student attendance and engagement. And I believe that's Dr. Danigan and Jeremy, correct?
That is correct. I'm going to start us off to give Tasha a 3-minute break. That was, again, Tasha, outstanding. That was amazing amount of data presented. It's actually very good synergy between the data you just received and then this topic of students' attendance and engagement. So just kind of keep that in mind as we take a look at this. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and hopefully everyone can see that. So this topic came up a couple of weeks ago, just as kind of the question about attendance and engagement. So I'm glad we were able to bring this back on this night again, along with the survey data, because they kind of go hand in hand. I'm starting off because we have some technical compliance components given state, the CDE, and how we track attendance, participation, and reporting this year in the virtual realm. So just a little bit of history is that basically, in August, we received the word that we needed to start the world, all schools in California in the virtual setting. So California Department of Ed was scrambling to really define attendance because for many, many, many districts, attendance drives funding through the ADA model. So we received documentation mid-August about how the state wanted us to track virtual school. And that's the information that's presented here. So LEAs are required to maintain daily attendance and participation logs, as well as a weekly engagement record for each student receiving instruction through distance learning. So we're using our attendance and PowerSchool, or daily attendance, to track the attendance and participation. And then we have this weekly engagement record, but that's really a compliance document. So I know Tasha's presentation talked about engagement, and even some of the speakers tonight. Don't get confused about the weekly engagement record that you're tracking, because it truly is a compliance document that's done on a weekly basis to track instructional minutes, asynchronous and synchronous time, and then some high level of what's being covered. So that's all I really want to talk to about that, but I just want to make sure you don't get excited about that engagement. So the auditing requirements for attendance took effect on September 1st. So again, I want to credit our staff, both the front office staff and our teaching workforce, as well as our principals, because we added this requirement to their plates when we were starting the school year in order for them to be able to track. So we are using daily participation to track attendance. And then again, the state has given us a really, really broad interpretation of attendance. And so just for example, we could, they've given us guidance in the trailer bill over the summer in the Ed Code that attendance can be evidence of participation in an online activity, completion of regular assignments, completion of assessments or services, or contact between district employees and the student, parent, and guardian. So again, yes, so Susan Caballero at the beginning kind of really hit the nail on the head that, yeah, attendance doesn't mean what it used to be. But I think, we're still going to be audited, we're subject to audit on our attendance records. So we are dutifully keeping that tracked. But I want to point to you the 4 codes that we've created. And again, we borrowed these from best practices from other districts. So ZO stands for Zoom only, because that's essentially what the classroom teacher could say, hey, the student is attending on a daily basis, even for part of the day, and then shuts their camera off. And so Zoom only means no other work is coming in and they're just literally present on the screen. Completion of regular assignments was given the AS code, which is, I think we were trying to say that's kind of like they're conducting asynchronous work, because that could be another option where the student is not attending Zoom sessions, but then, be given the asynchronous work, is able to complete some of it on their own time and turn that in. So if the teacher has evidence of that, that could count for attendance for that day. If they are being assessed or having contact with a service provider, but not attending the synchronous or asynchronous work, but the state says that's okay too. So think of it, if it's a speech therapist or an OT providing service and the student makes contact that day for their service hours, that counts as attendance. And then contacts between the district employee and the student, parent, and guardian, the PG code, that really, we've tried to really limit that to be if the parent calls the front office and says, hey, my student's really trying to attend, but we're having technical difficulties or Zoom issues or connectivity, that's what that means. All right. So attendance versus participation. Average monthly attendance for the first 3 months is around 97.73%. Again, normally that would be outstanding and great, but again, I really want to highlight the fact that this is given the state interpretation of attendance in the virtual setting. Not to say though that that there's not a lot of hard work behind that to just make sure, but again, this attendance doesn't mean what it used to mean. I am going to advance the slide because there was a request for additional information on the breakdowns. But again,
can I ask a quick clarification question?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, so like the slide you just showed before has like a 97% attendance. So does that attendance mean like the other slide had those 4 different options of attendance? So does that 97% mean 97% of kids are doing at least one of those 4 things?
Yep, that is correct. They've met the equivalent, the state a state threshold of attendance for that day.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that like they're going on all the time. It could be that they're doing the work, but they're not on there.
That is correct. And then again, I want to, Susan kind of made my point for me already from the get-go, but it's the attendance piece is could literally be I'm on for 10 minutes, I shut my screen off, and then I'm tuning out the rest of the time.
Yeah,
and
it's a very broad range.
Right.
Okay, I just want to understand what that 97% was. Thank you.
Exactly. So yeah, our attendance looks outstanding because of the broad interpretation. So there was a request for additional, again, great, thank you, Michelle. I'm living this daily, so if I skirt over certain aspects, please slow me down. So I did want to just show this, like what the actual breakdown is. I tried to just show the spans, but again, I don't want to spend too much time on this just because I don't want to, it's a bunch of 97, 98s, and 99s. So yes, Bridget.
So I understand that this is a compliance document, and as is the engagement record. And I understand that this is very broad and it's like designed to allow people to demonstrate success. But I would imagine that most teachers are, well, I mean, there is still like that part on the report card, which are coming out soon, which is like lifelong learning skills, right? So they're probably tracking their class participation and if children are turning in their work and all the things that are like the lifelong learning skills. So maybe like, would it be like after the report cards come out, is there any way to generate like in general, like how, students overall, or like not to assess, but just to sort of like get an understanding of like where they are, because in class you can like remind kids to turn in, and you know what I mean? Like it's very clear if they're present or not.
Correct. No, exactly. So
I mean, is there any way for us to use some of that like automatically, not like one more thing somebody has to do other than maybe like hit the magical coding button?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question and great segue, because again, it's attendance versus participation. So this is where you've led me right there. So that's fantastic. So there was a question about, what we're not just sitting on our laurels and like, really enjoying this 97%. So I wish I could change the screen. So everyone ignore that 73.70, whatever, ignore that. That's great. The interventions in place. So we're starting with what we knew, right, from the get-go, because we've only really been reporting this for about 10 weeks because the state trackers really turned on September 1st. So it's been 10 weeks. And so the interventions in place have been attendance calls are still going out. We've had a chance to revamp our truancy letters to really reflect the virtual setting. And then this is kind of what you're talking about, Bridget, is the individual school outreach that's happened since we've started in virtual. Because again, this is a whole brand new environment. And we were struggling with the top level data collection because again, the tools that we normally rely on, attendance, that's not how our systems are set up for, because as a lot of the speakers have said, and even in the forums, every student is having a slightly different experience within this individual, within the virtual setting. So the individual school outreach is really where we're living at the moment. And again, we are going to take what you're kind of saying. I think we want to take a step back, and this is, I'm jumping the gun a little bit on Tasha's part about how we're going to start taking those multiple measures in the new data that we're collecting moving forward. But I just wanted to get us up to this point. Individual school outreach is really a credit to the teachers and the front office staff, the outreach assistants, and the principals, because since day one, there's been a lot of articulation. And I'm going to give a couple of anecdotes just because that's how I can quantify it right now. But many schools have shared Google Docs with their teachers who can then put, they can log students what they have a general concern with, like for whatever reason, they're not connecting, they're not engaging. And so then the front office staff starts to engage that conversation. And so it could start with, let's say I get put on the list and then the front office reaches out and we find out it's a technology troubleshooting issue. So we swap out the Chromebook and we provide a hotspot. And so then that sparks a conversation with the parent, and they're saying my child is just not motivated to attend. So then the school sites can work with that parent. And again, these are real situations. So they work with the parent to set goals for the student to then just say, hey, can you attend every day and just be present? Like, let's take small steps. And then maybe the next goal is complete an assignment for that day, right? So they're really working with those parents on a one-on-one basis. And so I hope you can appreciate, and then the social worker then can follow up with them on a weekly basis to make sure the students are meeting the goal and what additional supports the parents can make. So I hope you can appreciate that it really is down to that individualized level. And so it was, Tasha and I were struggling on how to present that to you in a high-level data system at the moment, because we're still trying to kind of working on that out. So the ZO code is our greatest bane, if you will, because it's a false positive. Actually, to be honest, I could really be an engaged student and had just, I have my camera on all day because that's a ZO code. I could be a shy student who's then just doesn't have my camera on and not participating. I could have my camera off and not there. I could be not paying attention or totally engaged, but just not doing async work. So we're really drilling down on the ZO code because it could be a false positive. And we've spent a lot of time in our ILT conversations with the administrations on what to do with that code. So Panorama, the student success dashboard, we've touched on that a couple of times, which normally feeds our attendance, tardies, delays, and attendance into that dashboard. We've had to work with them because of the 3 excused or the 3 absent codes now and our 4 attendance codes. Like, we've been trying to make meaning of that a little bit to be able to feed that in so that now the teacher level and the school sites can use the student success dashboard in addition to the grading, in addition to assessments. That's where we're trying to connect. And it has taken us a little bit of time to get that system in place in order to track that data. And then we are already proactively running attendance reports audits. The state has said, and this is, I don't mean to get wonky, the state has said that all districts will be funded on their P2 report from last year, but we're afraid that if we ignore the attendance support, so we're already working with the front offices who are conducting audits on our weekly attendance and our participation reports just to make sure that we're in compliance. So that's kind of the information that I had kind of from day one to now. And again, Bridget, I don't want to skirt over your question, but that is what's coming, because every school site really is doing, dozens of individual outreaches on a weekly basis with their staff to really try to troubleshoot. One other metric that we're using is the fact that, we're up to now 1,124 hotspots deployed. So almost 20% of our district is relying on that internet connectivity to make sure that's connection. And so, to be honest, I know this outreach has been working because we are still getting requests and engagement as the school sites try to figure out what what's the barrier for participation for the student. And so I thought we were done, and I just keep ordering, we're ordering 50 more. So, Lori Van Gogh gets tired of me calling saying, hey, you got a little more funds there. So that is just one anecdotal piece that we are continuing the outreach and providing the resources in order to have engagement at that level. So, all right. Other questions on this part, and I'm going to ask because we're going to shift now to Tasha and the MTSS, which kind of brings us full circle to the data that was presented even from the Panorama survey. So, Michelle, is that okay, or do you want to do Tasha first?
I guess I just had a question because I was just wondering how this relates to, like, for attendance versus participation, but there's also the idea of student engagement. And so, like, are teachers just using their same rubrics like they are during the school? Like, is there a rubric, I'm guessing, for each grade level for like what that lifelong learning skills is looking like? Like, are we seeing all of that drop? Is that where we're going to see like, if I'm a parent in the district and I look at my child's report card and I'm wondering why the lifelong learning skills are tanked, will the teacher be able to point to a rubric and say they didn't complete their work, they didn't do this, they didn't do that? So, like,
yeah,
are we providing that, or is everybody kind of making up their own this year? Or?
No, so I know the topic of report cards, because this is our first time, grading in a virtual setting. So I know instruction has been putting information out. I can't speak to the lifelong learning codes, but I know that the comments is really going to be where that specific piece about how to encourage your student, or what's their strengths and weaknesses right now in the virtual. I'm trusting that the instruction department is having those grading conversations, because it is hard to grade lifelong learning, on a 4-point rubric. So those conversations are happening, and I kind of lump that into, we were very proficient in previous, when we have multiple data measures in order to assess students in school. This is a lot more challenging because, again, of every individualized component. And so we're having to adapt our current tools, be it the attendance reports or the report card, to shift to meet that need. That's I think the best answer I can give at this moment, because it isn't, I don't think it is one particular way to communicate that, because it could be one of those multiple challenges that each school site is faced, or each student may be facing, that's preventing them from fully accessing the virtual program.
Would you like me to say a couple of words here?
Mala, I would love if you jumped in.
I'm happy to, because we want to stay very true to the rubric we've created for grading for academic purposes. So we are adding a small component in the lifelong learning skills section and in the asynchronous learning section. That's like a little plus and a minus, and a message and a video recording is going to go out to all the teachers by tomorrow. Actually, the timing is amazing. Jonathan is working on that to be able to explain to parents about what that means.
Awesome.
Excellent. And then that data, again, it is our intention to feed as much of this virtual environment participation data into Panorama to get it to the sites as well as the teachers in order to make informed decisions. And maybe I'll end with the fact that I apologize. I keep using the word participation in substitute of engagement because of the state's lame interpretation of that, and I shouldn't have said that because this is an open session. But no, it really, the engagement report for me is a compliance doc, so I try to say the participation is really where the thing lies. So Tasha.
Okay, so with the information you have on attendance and understanding that foundation, I think what's important to understand is that as a district, we have not changed our practices. So your question's a good one, Bridget, and our rubrics, and trying to reiterate that. The middle schools, I think, have been a little bit more explicit with that and creating kind of, making it align and flow within to our Panorama Success platform. And that's just a kind of another component of Panorama that we utilize to kind of help our district administrators and our MTSS teams to be able to kind of keep an eye on the data, keep an eye on the student. It's a dashboard. It's live. It's dynamic. It's changing as the days are changing. So it allows them to see the ebbs and the flows. So with that, Jeremy, if you'll move to the next slide. So when I speak to we're doing the same things we've been doing is as a part of our MTSS practices, our framework, attendance has always been a part of that. And so we continue to use the targeted interventions as a part of that work. So explicit teaching, if there are challenges as we talk about engagement, why is the child not engaging, not attending, not participating, all of that, we're gonna be looking at that. And we're gonna be looking at that across the different domain areas, social emotional learning, behavior, and academics. What is the hold up? What is the problem? Let's go deeper, let's understand. Structured prompts, true, it's easier when students are in school with us and we can do that because they're right there. But that prompting may come with the phone call, that prompting may come with reaching out to a parent, or if we know an older sibling who's more, maybe a little more responsible, and then they can kind of, share the word or the message to the parents. Opportunities to practice. So we are trying to do some interventions at the site where we can in order to support students. We talked about pen and paper activities. I know some of the teachers are developing packets for on a weekly basis that students are actually taking home and utilizing as a part of their daily or their weekly assignments. Opportunities for positive feedback, just like before, yes, we want the kids 100%, that's what we're shooting for, But if a kid hasn't been showing up at all and now they're coming 2 days a week, we want to reinforce that so we can get them to where we want to get them to. And then strategies for fading support. So once we develop a plan, attendance plan, and there's a process that's prompted through our letters going out as a part of that. When that second letter is going to go out because the student has not been attending and participating, then that would prompt a meeting with the principal, the teacher, and a parent in order to do that. And once we put that plan in effect, then we could work to begin to fade that if that plan is successful, for example. We talked about the communication with parents and caregivers. That's ongoing and it's a part of the intervention process. And then of course, regularly reviewing the data to be sure it's actually working. So, not just developing a plan and leaving, but is that plan actually working? And so with that as a part of our MTSS framework, we have flowcharts for our different areas. Sorry for the blurry on this, didn't realize it was so blurred, but basically this helps to support our MTSS teams for the school site so they can begin to look at what's going on with the student and then using this to help prompt what's going to be next for a student, a letter, a plan, check in, check out. We can still do that even though it's virtual with students. We can check in with them at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, and then do home visits. Some of our principals have been doing home visits. So lots of variety of things to address this. And so our district MTSS team has actually been working together to think about in this virtual environment, what types of activities or interventions are best suited to support students who are not engaging. And so we're trying to come up with some additional resources of things that we typically have not had that we need now in order to motivate students, like gift cards and things like that. Sometimes that works in the moment, but virtually, sometimes that works and sometimes that's not very reinforcing. So even trying to figure out what is the new reinforcement in town, if you will, for students in order to just kind of get them excited, get them back engaged so that they want to be present. And when they're there, they're actually engaged in the learning. So those are some of the things we're doing. Just to give you perspective, you were wanting to know some numbers. I had each of the schools to kind of tell me when we look at our interventions, we're looking at our tier 1 level of supports. We're looking tier 2 and then up to 3, which is our intensive levels. And so I had asked for some of their intensive, how many students do we have in that classification? And across all but 2 school levels, we have about 25. Our highest is about 45 students at one of our middle schools where they feel that we have an intensive problem with students. And so those are on their docs and they're actually intervening and trying to figure out how to get students to school. And some of that data actually allowed where we started our supervised learning groups to get some of those students actually on campus to support their needs. So those are just some of the things that are happening to address that attendance and engagement situation.
Thank you, Tasha and Jeremy. Before we go to the board, if the public has any comments on this agenda item, please use the raise hand feature now. Aaliyah, if you could do public comment, that would be great.
Absolutely. Looks like we have Debbie Wyseth when you are ready.
Hi, thank you. When you guys were talking about attendance, I just want to give some perspective as the classroom teacher. So students are on during the day or they're not. Sometimes they don't participate. We don't know why. We're making phone calls, trying to help troubleshoot technology issues or just seeing why the student is out for the day. Sometimes they're helping their parents do errands and helping translate while they're running errands. So of course, they're not going to be in class that day. But when we are taking attendance, it's important to keep in mind, many of our students do not do the asynchronous work during the 11:45 to 2:05 mark when we get back on with our students. They do the work after sometimes as well. It depends on what their parents' schedule is for their children. Sometimes it's the parents coming home and helping them. Sometimes it's the parents coming home and monitoring their student. So very often they may not attend. We can't make, they might attend parts of it, or maybe they don't attend and they're doing it, but we still have to go in and look at that in the evening. So since there is no due date for when that work, I'm sorry, not a due date, a time when that work is due, because we're trying to accommodate family schedules as well when they can do the work, we can't sometimes enter those codes. If we took attendance for the day before, then we could probably enter those codes more accurately. So it's just something to consider, and it's just realistic. Many times I sit at my desk until 7, 8 o'clock trying to see if work has been done and looking at it, grading it to see if there's not necessarily a grade, but did they attempt to do the work, and kind of try to figure out where do I need to go for tomorrow? Like what this I'm trying to use the information I get to help guide my instruction for the next day. But it's just something to consider when you're taking attendance. So it may not be as accurate as you would like because of the asynchronous work time and that there is no time when that work is due. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Then we have Susan Cabell.
Hi, I'm Susan Cabell, teacher at San Miguel. I like that you're addressing some of the needs that our families are having during this time. One thing I think that needs to be considered, and possibly a way that other willing parents could volunteer or something, is you mentioned how we have materials distribution for more paper and pencil work, and we do value that. I know at our grade level we do, and try to send home what we can. And our materials distribution is between 1 and 4 every other Friday at San Miguel. And then other times that they could pick it up if that doesn't work for families is from 12 to 3 in the afternoon. And many of the students I have who would need those materials have families who are working, a lot of them 2 jobs during that time. So coming to school to pick them up is a challenge for them, at least to do it every other week. And then when their students don't have that material, that of course reduces their engagement because they can't participate as fully as they would like. So if there were a way that those families can be tracked, and that parents who, I know there are many willing parents who want to volunteer, can maybe deliver them or something like that, it might help with that engagement piece. So I think it's important to look at the whole family situation and really be empathetic to what they are trying to do during this pandemic. I know it's very challenging for them, and it's another way we could reach out and provide for them. I mean, it also reminds me of the one comment about the lunch service that was made, I believe, by a middle school student in the Panorama survey. I mean, it's the same kind of thing where families are trying to do what they can, and we are trying to provide what we can, but sometimes there's a disconnect and we have to think a little bit beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Gray Ponciano.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gray Ponciano, 4th and 5th grade Juntos teacher at San Miguel. I just wanted to say, and I'm exhausted, so I hope anything I say makes sense, but that my families and my students are extremely resilient, extremely hardworking. They're problem solvers. And honestly, they're less likely to ask for help when they need it. So even in that Panorama survey, I promise you there are families that are extremely needy and they did not say what they needed. Our district has a culture of toxic positivity. I'm pretty sure somewhere on our website, it even says something about like we can solve any problems with positive thinking. So our families have internalized that, and they don't hold us accountable for what we should be doing. And right now I hear a lot of solutions when it comes to interventions that focus on contacting the parent, contacting the guardian. And my parents are exhausted, right? And I think that if we can't even make sure our students are fed then we need to stop going first to our parents. There's a lot that we are still not doing. There's a lot that we're not solving. Susan also mentioned, right, that middle school student said, I don't have enough time to go pick up my lunch. That is one student who has already told us that if we changed our schedule, that student could be fed. So why haven't we changed the schedule? See, but our first instinct is always, oh, let's call the parents. Let's see what the parents can say. Oh, let's write a comment to the parents. My parents can't do anymore. And honestly, it's our responsibilities to figure out ways to hold our students, like to make sure students are engaged. If my students are hungry, they're not going to be engaged. If there's a hotspot wait list, my students are not going to be engaged. So I hope that as we start thinking about interventions, before we start putting more on our parents' plates and frankly, even on our teachers' plates, we start thinking systemically with an equity framework of solutions and things that we should be doing and that we can do. Because our schedule, for example, that's simple. We're over the instructional minutes that is mandated by California. We can find time for these students to pick up their lunch. So until we are not solving at that level, I hope we hesitate before we ask more of our parents at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Gray. I'm not seeing anyone else at this moment.
Thank you, Aaliyah. And is there someone on staff? I know that the middle school, that the time change after the stuff did actually happen. Is there someone from staff who could share with us how there was concerns and how we changed that?
I guess I could just jump in. Yeah. So we've had that was, God, was that a month ago? Anyways, yeah. So both middle school teams met. We adjusted the schedules to lengthen the lunch period in order for them to meet that need. But yes, that solution was worked out by both middle schools, and those schedules have been implemented. So
That's how much time is that though, Jeremy? That's just to let them eat, like if they need to eat at home, right?
I'm trying to.
Not necessarily enough time to like.
It's an hour now.
Yeah.
So that's quite a bit of time to get to a campus, I feel like. And the brunch was, yeah. So I think the middle schools did do a lot of adjusting a few weeks ago with the schedule.
I'm just saying, because not all the schools are open. So, you know, like if you live near the school, then sure, it might be enough time. But if you don't live near the school, like SMS isn't serving lunch.
Yeah,
so
but like Vargas is, right? And that's really
right, and neither is Cumberland, so they'd have to get over to Vargas. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're the kid that has to go by yourself, that's the issue.
All right, board, is there questions or comments about this, about the attendance information that was shared with us?
First, I have a question.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Okay, thanks. So, you know, I had two questions really. One is, how much time is everyone spending on this? Because it seems like there's multiple systems. There's the system that just says, yes, they've attended in some way, shape, or form so that people don't lose their funding. And then there's participation, you know, the participation code, which says, yes, they are in some way participating to demonstrate that they are a human that we have contacted in some way, shape, or form. But then there's the other part of this, which would actually, like if you go, you know, I asked for a clear printout because I couldn't read the one that was sent. So across the very top thing is PowerSchool, and then it says tardies, and then the middle tier is unexcused absences and tardies, and then excused absences. But if everyone counts as being attending, there's another system, right? Which is where you said, Jeremy, that there's a spreadsheet or a Google form of some sort. And so then the teachers are emailing the families, and the teachers are emailing, putting the number in the Google form, and then people are reaching out and trying to reach the student and stuff. So I guess what I'm wondering is, like, what does that log look like? And like, how much of admin time and like teacher time are we really having to spend on this for, you know, outreach? Like, do we have a sense of how much time this is?
I don't, and I could just say that when the state provided us the templates about the engagement tracker and the attendance procedures, we really erred on simplicity on the attendance side because that's the compliance piece. There is a lot more communication now between classrooms and the front office to make sure we know what's happening. And again, it's not a Google form. Again, the most common practice between our school sites is just a shared doc, right? To identify a student.
Right, and then document Google thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess it really is just like, okay, Jeremy Nishihara, and so I'm trying to make sure that you don't think it's like this unwieldy form that everyone has to fill out an internal document. So, and then as far as a little bit of what Debbie was saying is that it does require some, communication back and forth with the front office, because sometimes the parent might come in, or the service provider might have made contact with the student and then needs to articulate that to the front office, who then can and I don't want to say override, but can update the attendance, up to the end of the week when we finalize. So I don't have a quantifiable piece. I do know that overall it does take more time because, again, it's not as clear cut as, delay, tardy, excused and unexcused. And so we are hoping then, now that we've made meeting of the data and especially the ZO false, the false code, is that when we could start feeding this information into the Panorama dashboard, it's all in one place. We're starting to get then, it would be the Try1 report card data that would then feed in to the Panorama dashboard, which again, student success is a good place where teachers can then utilize to just take snapshots, or the admins could use it to create intervention cohorts. So I will pass the question about the MTSS log to Tasha, but we are very mindful of the new processes and what we're adding to individuals' plates. But I think there's no way around it, because it does require a little bit of back and forth to account for the participation and attendance. So.
Yeah. And to help with that, what we did is we got input from our sites, and even with our current virtual attendance codes, we then realign those to feed just as it typically would into PowerSchool, so that helps the admins who are generating and knowing when to send an attendance letter. So the system is kind of doing that, because we've reorganized the data that it's being fed, so that it's alerting and letting us know who those particular students are and when letters need to be sent out. And that also, even though it's not a perfect alignment as our attendance codes have been into student success that Jeremy talked about, it's still consistent. So you can kind of see who's attending majority of the time, or who's kind of moved now to the yellow, or who's now in the red, if you will. So so that is still being funneled through our database management system.
But everyone's in the 97, 98%, most people. So
Right.
you're talking about the engagement piece, the participation piece, or whatever, the tracker?
So what we did is we took like the Zoom only, for example, right? So literally speaking, we can't count that as being unexcused or not attending. But what we did is we kind of came up with the formula, like if this is happening this percentage of the time, that needs to then funnel over and alert in the system that they still need to get a letter. So yeah, we're fulfilling what the state has said we need to fulfill, but we also know that doesn't equate to what we classified or speak to being attending and engaging. And so we've defined it in our own way of what attending and engagement is, so that we can spit letters out and maintain the integrity of our process, so we can continue with SART meetings if we need to, interventions, et cetera.
Thank you.
So I appreciate this dialogue. It's going to be really helpful to have that context when we talk with legislators about how is it going, and in trying to make this thing simple. I think they didn't understand that there are systems in place that they needed to integrate this with, and that there was this unintended consequence of simplifying, that it added in some additional complexity. But I appreciate that you've been able to leap forward in spite of the barriers initially. I appreciate that you're able to maintain system integrity even in the midst of this challenge, and bottom line is that we are able to alert staff and families when there are challenges coming with their students. So thank you.
All right, are we ready to move on? Thank you so much, Jeremy and Tasha, for putting that information together for us to help us understand that better. We'll take a 5-minute break right now. It's 9:03, so we'll come back at 9:08, and we will, my thing turned off. We will then go on to item 8B, the campus reopening planning. So we will reconvene. Try to make it 4 minutes at 9:08.
I'm back. You guys doing? Let me stop it. I'm going to eat it. Sometimes I'm pulling. You said only 5 minutes, right, Michelle?
Yeah, looks like we're almost all back.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we've got all the board members. So we will now start with the campus reopening planning. I think we go to Dr. Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to share some information with you. Before I share the timeline, just a couple points I want to make. And I think some of our the people who have spoken today have shared some of these concepts as well. So first of all, I think I've said it a couple times, and I think that the data in the Panorama survey bears this out as well. And that is that a significant portion of our community is asking us to return to campus safely, to return students to campus safely. And we know that our teachers have done an incredible job with their students, but the survey also reveals that they are, and what our teachers are saying even tonight in the meeting, that they know that students need in-person instruction, despite all the good work that we've been doing and they've been doing and families have been doing in virtual school. So the first piece of that is that we have to do it safely. I shared in my community letter this week that the evidence is growing that schools and districts that adhere to well-conceived safety guidelines are having success in returning students to campus. And I should say that, and I also included this in the community letter this week, one of the metrics that I hear a lot referenced, and I'm not a public health person at all, but I hear referred to over and over is that community positivity rates should be 5% or lower. And I noted that, and I look at this every single day, the county data, and I also go to, one of the San Miguel teachers referenced the different areas even within Sunnyvale. I look at the different zip codes in our school district. And as a county, we've been actually below 2% since around the end of September, and actually below 5% since even in the summer. So I think as we look when we look at the positivity rate and the readiness for our community, I think we could almost use Santa Clara County as a proxy for Sunnyvale School District, because our school district is very diverse if you go from north to south, as is the county. And also, I think we have to remember that our teachers come from and work throughout the county and other counties, but predominantly Santa Clara County. They don't all certainly live in Sunnyvale. And our families, the parents either work throughout the county or at least travel throughout the county. So I think that's a pretty good metric to look at in terms of when we look at safety and the safe return. And so the numbers right now are good. Throughout the country, numbers are starting to trend in the wrong direction. In our county, they're trending a little bit in the wrong direction. We kind of hit a nice, I thought we were going to keep going lower, and now we're starting to inch up a little bit. But I think we should continue to watch that. But right now, we continue to be in a good place as we construct really good safety guidelines for returning. Okay, so some additional things to remember is that keys to successful returning include testing, contact tracing, and social distancing. And I would say the social distancing can be summed up in our return, our safety plan that we've shared with the community this past week or so. Contact tracing is something that by having stable cohorts and by working with the county office, and we have a designated COVID-19 contact with the county health department and the county office in our district now that will help with contact tracing, and we're building that capacity. Those two items, we're in good shape. I'd say we're in very good shape. The testing piece is something that I'm excited that we're going to be able to offer. The plan is to be able to offer, we're putting together MOUs with agencies to provide staff testing beginning in January. That will be available at every site in the district. And it will be either once a month or every other week. We can work with the providers on that and to see what makes the most sense for us. But we're going to have regular staff testing. And our plan, as you'll see when I start going through the plan, that is planned for right when we get back from December. So I think some of the teachers who shared that as a concern, like, let's do that right out of the gate when we get back in January. We also are trying to make provisions for student testing. That's a little trickier because under the law, we can't require a student to be tested for COVID in order to return to school. But we intend to see what we can do with our community health partners to make that available and to make it easily available for families, perhaps at the school sites. We're still examining that, but El Camino Hospital District is working with us on that to see if we can accomplish that. The other thing that we're excited is we're going to work really hard to have health assistance available at every single school site. I think it was just today or yesterday, we posted for additional health assistance. And so our goal is to have ample health assistance at every site. Should remind everyone that our admin assistants actually have in their job descriptions to do the health assistant work. We're also anticipating that the number of students being on campus at any one time is going to be greatly reduced. Like at the most, if every family chose to have their student come back, we'd be talking half of a student population at a time. And we anticipate that some families will opt to continue in virtual school. So we're going to have less than half the students on campus at any one time and increased capacity for health assistance. So we're excited about that. So as I go through the timeline in a second here, I want you to pay attention to two dates that we're working towards, and we need to make a decision, and we're not quite there yet. The two dates are either January 11th for a date for the first group of students to return to campuses, or January 21st. And I'll explain that when we start going through the plan. We're trying to be very, very careful and thorough and respectful of the community and to our staff as we go through this process, and responsive. And yet we also feel an urgency to get the kids back. So that's the push and the pull. Independent study will continue as an option. Some independent study families we anticipate will choose to return. Others won't because they may be doing well. We're going to continue to make that an option. The plans that I'm going to describe tonight are primarily focused at this point on TK through 5th grade. We do have a middle school work group that is exploring ideas. That's a much more complicated nut to crack, if nuts are complicated to crack. You get the idea. We're trying to learn from our neighboring school districts, what they're doing. Middle school, really secondary school, with the changing grade periods is a little bit more of a challenge, but we are looking at ideas to at least get the kids back, at least for some socialization. SDC, our SDC classes, is another set of concerns that we're looking at independently. We're going to want to try to make that as consistent as we can with our general ed classrooms, but we also realize that we have to be compliant with IEPs, and we want to be compliant with IEPs, and these are some of our most vulnerable students in terms of their learning. And finally, preschool, that's another set of students to work on as well. So our plans will build on the success of the virtual school that we've had already. We want teachers to be able to not have to completely shift gears, if that's possible, as they start returning to campus with their students, and also knowing that we'll be talking about hybrid models, so there'll be some asynchronous learning as well as some in-person learning, and so we're going to try to see what we can do to capitalize on that and to build. This is because we're intending to provide families an opportunity to indicate a preference. That's going to suggest that classes are going to need to be reconfigured, unfortunately, because you can expect that not all the parents or all the families in one classroom are going to make the same choice. So that's going to lead to reconfiguring. And also we're going to have to respond to the availability of staff. Some staff will, because of underlying conditions, not be able to return, and we're not going to, we're going to respect that, I should say. Other staff will be less, maybe emotionally or ready, or just in other ways ready to return, and we're going to work with them. And one of the biggest challenges that we're already seeing is going to be childcare for our staff. So that's going to be another thing that we're going to want to try to address as best we can. So with all that as a preview, if I can share my screen here, I believe it's this one. Okay. So this is our return to school planning timeline, which is really want to focus on the timeline and as we move forward. So you can see the first one we're talking here. We're starting to talk about the process. That's today's meeting. Then next week, there's going to be a lot more activity beginning on the 12th. That's the day after Veterans Day. We're going to have 2 forums. One is going to be the certificated staff forum that is actually going to be, it's with SCA. SCA, we've been working really closely with SCA to work on plans together with them that, like I said, builds on the success that teachers have had in teaching virtual school, and also takes a lot of teacher input into the planning. So we're excited about that, but then this is an opportunity to share the plans, really the instructional model at that point, with the rest of the staff, and take questions at that time. Then that evening we'll have a community forum, which will be open to, well, anyone in the community, but really focused on parents, and that'll be at 6 o'clock. Same thing, we'll be like unveiling the instructional plan, the instructional model that we have, taking questions, and sharing this timeline with them, because we realize not everyone is here, and just taking the steps necessary to move forward with the plan. Then we need to work with all of our other employee groups. So the following week, the 16th and the 17th, we have management staff forums and classified staff forums. So there's a lot of work to be done to start sharing the plans, answering questions, be clear, get feedback, in preparation for our board meeting on the 19th of November, which is the date that we would like to bring a plan forward to the board for approval. So that's a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. I can assure you, though, a lot of that work has already been done or is in process. Like I said, working with our employee groups, working with our teachers. The safety elements of it have been, we've been building that foundation of safety ever since, I would say, the spring, really, when we first started getting employees back. We've talked about that in establishing safety protocols. So the 19th is the day that we'd like to solidify how we're moving forward. These timelines are really, as you see, remember those 2 dates I told you, like, are we going to start on January 11th or is it going to be the 21st? We have to hit all these marks in order to make that in time. So our intent then is to launch a staff and 2 different surveys, staff and parent surveys, on the Monday before Thanksgiving, which is November 23rd. And that survey will last until the 1st of December. So there's a good amount of time. we'll be doing a lot of outreach during that time. We'll likely be doing another, I think we have planned another forum, I want to say on the 23rd of November also, as that's launched, so that we can answer questions of parents. If it's not the 23rd, it'll be like right around that time, because we know parents are going to have a lot of questions, and we want to provide answers to those, and outreach, as it says. So then the timeline has the survey closing on the 1st of December, and then that gives schools, really a lot of this is going to fall on our principals and assistant principals and office staff, time to follow up on the surveys, to find out parent preferences, and then the difficult work of reconfiguring classes based on the data that's been provided begins. Now, we may do that focusing on just a couple of cohorts of students. Like, let's say we decide we're going to start with TK, K, and first grade. We haven't decided that absolutely, but that's certainly an option. We may start the reconfiguration with just those grades, and then chunk it off in bite-sized pieces, because we intend to have students return in a couple grade levels cohorts at a time, as you can see as we move forward. Okay, so all of this is lots of work to happen before the December break. I tend to be an optimist, and I also tend to believe that people at our December break are really going to need a break. And so I'm trying to do the planning around that so that people can take some time, some downtime, do a lot of hard work leading up to that, because we've been doing hard work ever since really March. But I think people need a break. So hopefully that's something that can be accomplished during winter break before we come back on the 4th. So one of the options is to have if we've reconfigured all of the classes, if we're able to do that within the timeline, then all of the classes would begin in a new configuration on January 4th. The other option that we're exploring is, like I said, maybe we'll only do a couple grade levels at a time, and then we'll just kind of do it over a period of time. We've kind of done some outreach with some of the other school districts that have come back in person and trying to learn from their experiences in the reconfiguring of classes, in the rolling out of a couple grade levels at a time over time, like what's the right increment in between, to test the capacity for safety protocols, and also to build confidence in those protocols. Okay, so then also on January 4th would begin the testing program that I alluded to a little bit earlier, that we'd really like to get going like right at the beginning. We think that's going to make many people, both families and staff, build their confidence in returning. Okay, so then the final preparations would come between January 4th and January 15th. Now, I have here the proposed return date of January 21st. And the reason I included this one on the timeline is this is the date that came through in the Reopening Advisory Committee. The reason for the 21st is Martin Luther King's birthday is the 18th. So you remember I talked about the 11th. Obviously, that's the Monday before, right? So we could really hustle and get things done by the 11th. Less time for testing, less time for classes to be reconfigured, less time for preparation, but more time in-person instruction. That's the trade-off. If we wait till the 18th is Martin Luther King's birthday. The 19th is a staff development day already, which would give staff and schools an opportunity to prepare, because it's going to be some different types of teaching. It's not the type of teaching that we were doing in March. So at least there's a day of staff development built in. Then you say, well, what about the 20th? Well, the 20th is a Wednesday. In most of our models that we've developed, that would be an asynchronous or a not in-person day. So that means the 21st would be the first day. So that's why the 21st. So that's the proposal. And again, like maybe the problem with this date, or the downside of this date, is like that if we start phasing it out 2 weeks at a time before as we bring the cohorts back, that moves us into February. So as you can see, in February 1st, the in-person classes begin for the second cohort of grade levels. And then the third, well, that's only a week later. If we're gonna do the third cohort, we don't have 2 weeks in between. And then we have open enrollment and registration for next year. And so what does that have to do with this? Well, that has a lot to do with your life if you're a school admin assistant or a principal. So we're running into real life there. So that is really the timeline and the overview. As I said, I don't have the instructional models here because we're still developing those with our staff, but I welcome any questions at this point.
So just like before we go to board, if the public has any comments on this agenda item, please raise your hand now. And I'd like, in case we have a lot, I would like anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand now so we can see the number of people who are interested in speaking. Give it just a moment longer if there's anyone else who'd like to speak. All right, it looks like we have just 4, so we will keep it at our regular 3 minutes a person. But a reminder, you don't have to use the full 3 minutes. All right, if you could lead us through it, Leah, that would be great.
Absolutely. So we have David O'Brien first, then Megan Sanchez, then Colleen Lynch Espinoza, and then Veronica Galvin. So Mr. O'Brien, when you are ready.
I have more of a question. I was wondering if Dr. Gallagher could explain a little bit more how the rejiggering of the classes will work for the middle school. Will our students get totally different teachers or just shifting of time periods with the existing teachers they have? And i.e. how much of a disruption will there be with the relationships they've already made with their existing teachers?
Michelle, do you want me to answer the question or do you want to wait till
Let's go through all the comments and I'm making notes and then we can address them.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Megan Sanchez and then Colleen Lynch Espinoza.
Hi, am I understanding correctly in that all of the classrooms will be restructured? The reason I ask is because I had a little one in TK last year, and one day in March, she just never went back to school, and she still misses her teacher. And I honestly can't think of anything worse emotionally and socially for her than to lose another teacher and another class. Thank you.
Colleen Lynch Espinoza and then Veronica Galvin.
Hi, this is Colleen Lynch Espinoza. I'm the instructional coach at San Miguel. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the plans. I just wanted to speak to the reconfiguration comment and the implication that that has for the Juntos program at San Miguel. We are a very unique case in the district, and I just want to make sure that it's on the radar again, that what the reconfiguration implications might be and will be for our Juntos teachers and our Juntos students. We already only have 2 teachers per Juntos grade level. Other than 4 or 5, we have 3 teachers splitting the classes. So if we don't have as many teachers to possibly reconfigure. So I just want to be already thinking ahead about what those possibilities might be and what it would be to ask a teacher if we would have to reconfigure, hopefully not across grade level. Juntos teachers are already creating and supplementing and translating and carrying such a heavy load since they don't have other Spanish dual language teachers in the district to share the load. So I just want to add that voice and remind us once again, after the independent study challenge that we had at the beginning of the year, which ended up not being a choice for our families due to not being able to staff it. I just want to be really thoughtful around how we choose to move forward, getting input from Juntos families, Juntos teachers, because unfortunately, as you've said, this situation is terrible for everybody. But when we think about the choices that parents have made to enroll their children in the Juntos program, they're altering the way their child is being educated. And if their choice is, in order to keep my family safe and my child safe, I have to pull my child from this educational decision and program that I've chosen after all these years of work, I want that to be the absolute last resource and absolute last decision that a family would have to make. So I just want to get the Juntos thoughts started already so that we can be as thoughtful as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colleen. And then Veronica Galvin.
Hi, thank you. I'm Veronica Galvin. I teach the special education class at San Miguel upper grade, and I kind of wanted to echo a lot of what's already been said, but specifically from a special education perspective. I do appreciate that timeline being set out because it's something that it's getting close, but I don't feel personally that we have a lot of information on the details of what it will, like how it will actually be implemented. And in order for myself as a teacher and also my students to feel comfortable with that timeline, we really need to get these issues straightened out as soon as possible, which I know you guys are already thinking about. But I just wanted to talk to the point of like the amount of uncertainty that is at this point in time. January seems really close when you think about everything that needs to be straightened out. And it kind of feels like we're back to where we were in July. I just don't want it to seem like it's a rush again, because that's honestly what was kind of thrown out in August. It felt like a big rush to just throw everything together. And that's, if I'm a teacher and if I wasn't on this board meeting here at almost 10 p.m., I wouldn't know any of this. And it's just, we have so much on our plates at this point in time that we need to know more. That's all. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Veronica. And then next up is Susan Cabell, and then Jamie Vanderwedge, and then Wendy Smith.
Well, let's actually pause for a minute because we had the 4 and we'd allotted 3 minutes. Board, do we want to go over our 20-minute time limit? Going with everybody. I just need to get an okay before we do that.
I'm not even sure we'll reach 20 minutes because we only have 3 left. If we give them 3 minutes, okay. I think we're okay.
We're good, yeah. Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, things moved. So it's actually Jamie Vanderwedge, then Susan Cabell. Jamie, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. When I was looking at the timeline as far as reopening back to campus with the cohorts, the question I have is, it just said grade levels, but I think as a middle school teacher from Sunnyvale Middle School, we've kind of been waiting to see, does that include the middle schools, or are you starting just at the lower grade levels? Do we have a timeline for when the middle schools will return?
Thank you. Okay, now Susan Cabell and then Wendy Smith.
Susan Cabell. I'm a neighborhood teacher at San Miguel. And as Colleen Lynch Espinosa was speaking, she was reflecting the issues that are unique to our Juntos program on campus. And I wanted to share the neighborhood issues in terms of reconfiguration. She mentioned that each grade level typically has 2 Juntos classrooms, and we have 1 neighborhood, which is the English speaking class. So at each grade level, depending on whether you consider teacher or student preferences of whether to of preferences, then I'm wondering how those students might be reconfigured. I know there are some teachers in neighborhood who may not be able to return safely and for a variety of reasons. And I don't want the teachers to feel pressure to come back. Otherwise, there won't be their grade level at San Miguel. And I also don't want the opposite to happen, where just the opposite to happen. And other people mentioned the relationships that, we've formed all of this whole bond with our class so far. And that part has been really a positive part of virtual school. But will parents know the teacher preference ahead of time? And will that be a factor in them making their choice because of those relationships built? Someone just mentioned that they wouldn't want their child to be put in a different classroom, and that might affect their choice, knowing your own child's social emotional state and how it would affect them to all of a sudden halfway through the school year start school with a brand new teacher and a brand new situation if you're on campus or off campus. So it's a lot of change all at once, and I think you should carefully consider those different situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And then Wendy Smith.
All right, good evening. I just wanted to make a comment, and I think it's really important because I do represent the teachers in Sunnyvale School District, and that is, and in response to some of my members that have been speaking here tonight, we have been working with the district very hard on this. We've had a very transparent working relationship with them, and I just want to reassure not only you as a board, but my members that nothing is being done in the dark. All these concerns that have been brought up, we have also been addressing. And that is exactly why we're having this meeting this next week. So I really do thank Dr. Gallagher for taking it slow. It might feel like it's a rush because January, this year has started to fly by, right? As we got through summer, it has felt that way, but it hasn't been a rush at all. We've actually been working on this for months at this point. And we're just kind of narrowing it down finally to this plan that Dr. Gallagher presented tonight. The other, and like he did a great job, he didn't present the details because we're working out the details. So I just want to really reassure you, as well as reassure my members, that our focus right now is what's best for kids and what's best for our teachers as well. Nothing is being left behind. We've considered all the different options. We've considered all the different scenarios, and we're working them out. And some of them are not, well, many of them are not an easy fix, and they are not an easy answer. And we're going to do the best that we can. But the transparency that the district's been working with us and the way that we've been working with them has been tremendous. We have a group of teachers that comes to the meetings. Right now, we're working on the elementary model. We'll start next week on the middle school model. And we have elementary teachers. It's not just our exec board. We've brought in a team of teachers to work with the district. The district has brought their team. We're going through kind of a modified interest-based bargaining type of model. And we're doing the same thing next week with middle school, and both middle schools will be represented next week. We already have that set up. And so while people might not understand what's going on behind the scenes, I can assure you that we are addressing all of these issues, and we're looking at every case scenario. And I know that I know that Mike has heard, because we've gone through different models and we've said, oh, that sounds great. And then we'll come back 15 minutes later and we'll be like, yeah, no, that's not going to work. And so we've gone through them, we've worked them out, we've combined them. And so really, I just want to just put this out there to the board and to our members that we are working really hard on this, and we are taking every scenario, every case in point, and our goal is to provide a safe reopening. Well, I don't even want to say reopening, a safe return to in-person teaching, not only for our students, but for our teachers as well. So we have that goal in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And that looks like it's it.
Thank you, Aaliyah, and thank you for everyone who shared comments. I'm going to go through kind of the notes I made. Some are just kind of thoughts and then questions for staff, and then board, if I missed any of you, that we can also kind of go to our questions and comments as well. One thought from the idea about the Juntos is maybe, and maybe this has already been being planned, but it's just kind of more specific, but maybe a separate forum for Juntos might be good because of their tricky dynamics with that. So I just kind of want to throw that idea out. And then I don't know.
Michelle, could we have Mike answer the questions that were left, that were posed first, and then?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so the questions we have, there were several related to kind of the middle school reconfiguration of classes and also timeline for it. So that's the first question.
Yeah, and
so-
actually Wendy did a pretty good job of answering that. So the work group has been formed. There's going to be representatives from both middle schools, working with district staff. As I said in my little presentation, it's really, really hard, but we're going to be as creative as we can and as respectful to families as we can, and to staff also. Knowing that, boy, our middle school, all of our kids, I was a middle school principal, so I know that middle school kids really, as much as the academics, really need the socialization now. So if there's some way we can do the socialization, if the academic part is more challenging, whatever it is, I want to accomplish something for those kids. And to answer David's question, yeah, we haven't gotten to any concept of reconfiguring classes in middle school. We're not even close to that yet, because it's a really tricky puzzle.
Mike, what are you thinking in terms of the timeline? Are you thinking February, March? I mean, I'm assuming it's later than January, obviously, because we're starting young. But how are you? Do you have anything in your head yet?
Yeah, if the work group was able to, I would say February, like maybe like right after February break. That sounds. And if there's some things we can do sooner, like maybe have activities for kids on campus that aren't academic, we could do that. You know, a lot of secondary schools, I hear more about the high schools, have sort of said, we're a virtual school for the whole year, because it's just too complicated, and the kids at that age group spread the virus more like adults. Like that's what the science I've heard. So they're really going more towards support groups or activity groups. So if there's some things like that we can do sooner, then, you know, we'll see if we can find a way to do it. For the academic part, that's just going to be really tricky. And we'll probably start with 6th grade, because that is in kids with 6 different periods. But I just don't know. I don't have the model yet. That's for the work group, the teachers working with district staff together, getting input from parents.
Related to middle school, I wonder if it might be nice, because I know from I don't know what, it was like a parent, kind of like a coffee with the principal at SMS, right? A lot of parents were asking a lot of questions. Would it be possible maybe next week, not in the main letter that goes to everyone, but maybe a separate letter goes to the middle schools that kind of shares a little bit of what you just shared, Mike, you know, kind of giving, we don't have specific dates, right? But clearly the middle school kids are not going to return to in-person in January, like, and kind of letting parents know in case there are some parents out there thinking that might happen.
Right.
Giving them, even though we don't have it in a timeline, kind of.
We can work on that communication.
More information would probably be, yeah, would probably be really helpful for the middle school families.
Okay.
Okay, and then there was kind of some just general, not middle school, but just general questions of restructuring of all the classes. And that's something that I actually had been thinking about. And I don't know if this is already thought about, but in this survey, is it possible, you know, to have this idea of maybe like 3 kind of preferences, right? Like my, in-person preference, virtual preference, or I'm okay with either, but my first choice is to keep the same teacher if that's possible. Like, I don't know if we can do that, but I do know, besides what was shared tonight, me as a parent, I've been thinking about that idea, right? Some of my kids, if they've really connected with a teacher, right, that could be more important than whether it's in person or not.
Yeah. So I can say that, first of all, we're going to try to keep school communities intact. So that means families and staff. There may be occasions when, I hope this doesn't have to happen, but there may be occasions when we might say, like, we really need a, second grade teacher at a different school. Like, everyone in the second grade at one school was willing to come back in person or wanted to come back in person, and no one at another school. Like, something like that could happen. We're going to try to avoid it. And then the next thing is, if if a family requests in person and that child's teacher is in person, well, of course we're going to put that together, right? We have to be careful how we construct the survey, and we're thinking about, Michelle, exactly the question that you asked, because it could be that we need to move a teacher's grade level, and so we don't want to. Yeah, I think the way you phrase that might work, but we're thinking about that really carefully. And then also in the reconfiguration process, that could be a thing that happens, like, okay, principal is building classes. Like, let's say, it's at Ellis, the principal may call you and say, like, do you want your child to be, you said you made this choice, but the teacher's going to be here. Are you okay? Like, that kind of level of configuring might really alleviate some of this. So yeah, we absolutely believe it'd be better if, if all the teachers wanted to come back and all the kids wanted to come back, that'd be great. If all the kids said, like, we're not ready to come back, and all the teachers weren't, that would be great. It's going to be in the middle. So we're going to try to make it work, because we want to keep kids with their teachers. We realize that this is not good. And we realize also the trauma of last spring. I think one of the speakers brought that up. That was pretty rough too. Like, all of a sudden on March 13th, we're going home and then we didn't see the teachers again. We want to avoid that.
And then the last note I had from people's comments, and then other board members can, if there was stuff that I missed or other stuff, is I think people were expressing that idea of getting that timeline was really helpful. And so I'm assuming there are plans of getting the timeline out there to our community, our different aspects of our community, to, even though it's not the details yet, at least getting that timeline out there so people have an idea. Do we have a plan of?
Yeah, I started doing that with the community letter this last week. And so the one next week, we'd like to have more of the dates filled in. Like, I don't know if you remember, like, I had the second community forum was TBA. Well, now we're more sure about what the date is and, like, when the surveys would be. And so we can fill in those blanks. In terms of the actual dates for which grade levels returning, I don't know that we've really settled on that yet. I think we're getting pretty close. But we communicate with the community every week. And so we want to continue to do that, to fill in the blanks for them.
So Michelle, if you finished your thing, there was another thought that I wanted to tag on that was expressed by the community.
Great.
I think that San Miguel and the Juntos program is a unique community within our larger community. And if we're reimagining what things could be like, I would like to be program centric. I think that there's going to be providing enough challenges in and of itself that you need to look at that program and that campus in a different way and not be bound by what we're doing for everybody else in exactly to look if we're meeting the needs of the students, the families, and the staff, because of the unique dynamics of the Juntos program and support of bilingualism, you might need to come up with a different program design because of meeting those needs. And I want you to have the freedom to respond to the community in that particular way.
I think that's a good point, Nancy. So every time, like we're with the principals and we're talking about these plans, we look to Principal Ibarra and say, we know that's going to be a particular challenge at your school. So let's do that a different way, or let's just like, that's foremost in our consciousness. And if we forget, Principal Ibarra reminds us. So it's going to be a challenge, I think. In particular, it's my thought, but I would defer to the Juntos teachers and community. It's my thought that it's especially important for those kids in that program to get back to in-person instruction. So hopefully we can accomplish that with the teachers and make it work. But if like everything else, it doesn't work perfectly, we'll do the best we can while being responsive to the community. And creativity, I like that idea too, Nancy. I think that's good.
Right. And also being responsive to the needs we've heard expressed for more full-time experiences rather than part-time experiences because of family needs. And it may be continuing learning pods, maybe a way of continuing to maintain continuity of linguistic support and family support. So I'm just, I want you to be creative in this and not necessarily have the cookie cutter and be bound by that if we're being child centric. The other thing that I want to make sure that we're communicating to both staff and families is that in this reconfiguration, if a family or a staff is moved for the immediate needs, that isn't a forever move. This is a really unique time period. And as much as we're in the middle of it and don't have an endpoint, it's not going to last forever. It really is not going to last forever. So if somebody gets moved, we'll still keep their school of record and honor whatever agreements that we have with our staff as well. So I understand the breaking apart of communities, but I want the community as a whole to know that we will come back together as fast as we possibly can. The last point I want to make is that regards to testing, in the meeting that Mary Ann Dwan had with us today, she indicated that with testing models, they wanted to wait maybe like 7 days after people had been out of an area. So we need to be sensitive and respectful of where families might have been during that break time. Having people come back on that first week and start testing may be very appropriate for some families who haven't gone anywhere. But if people have been out and traveling, then coming right back and having a test may not give the answer that you think it might be. That waiting for that second week out might capture more of a realistic time. And just being upfront about what your activities have been and those kinds of things in the logistical part.
Thanks, Nancy. Board, is there other? Bridget?
Had to find my button. Okay, so I think what I appreciated you, Mike, talking about the community spread rate, because I think that as that remains fluid, I think that will adjust things, but I think it's good that we're going to have a plan. It sounds like that's going to be required soon for us to have a plan, so that's really good. But at the Santa Clara County Board, get together they had today with Marianne Dewan, one of the other board members, John, he said, my new mantra is don't just tell me, show me and tell me, like show and tell, like let's just have that be the theme about communication. And I think it's a really, as you were talking, I know that you're going to be presenting plans and things. It was really helpful to go and see the sheltered instruction and to get the walkthrough from Pam, just out at Lakewood the other day and at Bishop, a month or so ago. And part of that was just like actually seeing the bodies in the chairs, like seeing the kids there, looking over and saying, oh, those circles on the ground are where they individually play in their mask. Like that is where it happens. Like you can physically see the space and you can physically see things. And I think even though you're going to have the ideas on paper, and I'm sure you're going to explain it very well, like anything you can do that like would actually show people what the experience would be like, because some people might have in their mind that like, oh, there'll be tons of room in the class because there'll be this many kids there. Like really like show what that means and how the seating is and and what it would look like as you approach school and how you check in and stuff. I mean, it's much more structured than how people remember school when they were going to school in March. And one of the women at the one of the other board members, we were saying like, so what's it like? You have some students back on campus. What's it like? And she said, they're in masks, they're playing together, and there's a lot of joy. Like, even though they have to be socially distanced, like she said something like, there is a lot of joy. And she was really excited about it because like that, even though like it doesn't look, it looks completely different, like that came through. And so I think it's shocking, if you haven't been to that kind of environment. So I think it would just be very helpful to see, even for the teachers, like what their room would look like and what you're talking about. So that would just be my comment, is if we could make sure that we do some showing with drawings or whatever. And my question was on the thing you were talking about having 2 weeks between opening, but on the thing, it was just 1 week between opening. Was that because you were thinking of like maybe different sites, or it's just still very fluid?
No, we would do all the sites at the same time. That's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what happened, if I'm honest, like the February 8th date, it was like originally moved back quite a bit. And I'm like, oh, I think it moved it like to after February vacation. I'm like, no, we can't do that. So I told Jeremy, put it back to February 8th. But it's not set.
So my question is, on the calendar, how does the January timeframe work with the trimester calendar? Like,
I'm not positive.
Because if the kids come back and we're reconfiguring and they're moving classrooms and they had a different teacher before and now they have a new teacher and then there's report cards, like how, I mean, I guess you're going to figure all that out, but I was just wondering if like those dates had any relation to that, or maybe.
That's going to be hard because if it's a rolling start, well, actually, if we've reconfigured all the classes, then the rolling is the return, not the reconfiguring. So yeah, we've got to sort all that out.
Okay.
That makes
All
sense.
right. Thanks. Can't wait till next week. It's all going to be figured out.
Board, is there any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much, Mike and team. I know it's a team of many, many people throughout the district working on it. We really appreciate everything you're doing. And I just want to kind of quickly share this is the kind of my own thought, not the thoughts that have come in as other people were sharing. But just as I've been kind of thinking about right? Like what, I mean, I've been thinking about it for months, right? Like what, as we start coming back, what could it look like? What could the different hybrids be, right? Like just thinking of ideas in my head. And just this last week, as it's becoming more of a reality, like, okay, staff is working on plans. We're going to be seeing those plans in the coming weeks. And I was thinking about, lots of districts are doing hybrid, right? And the hybrid makes the most sense. So I was thinking, oh, like that sounds good. And with having kids in the district, thinking, oh, that will be a good transition for my kids. And then I stopped for a minute and I thought about the students that I kind of keep talking about every time we're here, right? The ones who like, this is kind of a disaster for, and it's not working for them. And the ones that I've been saying, let's get those support groups up. And I know we're working on it, but I feel like I wish we could be working on it faster. I know there's lots of things going involved. Anyways, as I've been thinking about that, I've realized I would rather keep, this is like my own personal feelings, but how I thought I wanted to share, like I would rather keep my kids at home and have the like 100 kids at Ellis or whatever amount who need it the most, there full time. I know not everyone feels that way, but just as I've been thinking, reflecting on equity and how equity is an important piece that we're working on, I feel like that is a good example of equity. So not that that is what is best for our community necessarily, but I just wanted to share kind of the journey I've been on this last week as I've been thinking about it and thinking about if we really want to do equity, then we need to figure out what's best for the students who are suffering the most.
Michelle, I just want to jump in and say that's super kind of you and wonderful for you to think that way. And I remember at the beginning of this process when we were talking about the limited enrollment for independent study, we had a parent that said that same thing. She said, you know what, I would love to have independent study, but I would be willing to give up my independent study for somebody that needs it because I don't have to have it. And I think that's the kind of community that we're in. And I think that some people have serious needs and there's not a lot of flexibility. And if we can help them, that's incredible. And if we can't, it's, we do the absolute best we can. But I think your point is really well taken. And maybe that's something that we can figure out a way to gauge that so that we can try to give those spots to the people that need them the most. I think that's great.
Thanks, Reed. Okay, we are moving on now. Sorry to get back to my agenda. Okay, so I just want to take a quick pause for a moment. It's 10 o'clock. I know that is kind of late and we have a lot of stuff. Is everyone okay? Hopefully it won't take too long. I would say let's just move it to the next meeting, but the next meeting is going to be very full. So are we okay if we kind of plow through this and it'll just kind of be a little bit of a late night? We good? Okay.
Do we want to talk about the scheduling thing still at the end? Like Mike wanted to talk about schedule. Did you still want to do that at the very end, or?
Yeah, we need to. That shouldn't take long. That's the calendar for board meetings.
Yeah. Okay, so we are on to item C, 8C, discussion on board policy 5145.6, and that is Dr. Dean. I think are all of these yours, Tasha?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'm not gonna like introduce you. I'm just gonna say next.
Tasha's been working hard.
Sounds good. Lots of things are going on for us, that's for sure. So coming to you with a few policy updates. The first, which is 5145.6. And this one is in reference to our parental notifications. Typically as a school district, this majority of our notifications go through our handbook, which we did do this year, even though it was digital primarily to families. But the primary update here is just trying to put some neutrality into those statements. So we're kind of removing the he and she and just kind of utilizing student there primarily. That is the main changes in this policy. And so our practices and procedures are primarily staying the same, but that's the addition here. And so with that, you do have questions at this time about that, or move it to consent.
Thanks, Tasha. Public, if there's any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments? Are we good moving it to consent for next time? I think we all appreciate that the language change, right? That making it more accepting, yeah, of everyone, inclusive. So thank you. Okay, we are on to D, discussion on board policy sexual harassment 5145.7.
Yes. So this policy is being updated to reflect the new law, being consistent with the new law, AB 34, which kind of actually went into effect 2019. But basically, which requires us to do posting of sexual harassment policy. And while that is an update, actually, it's something we've actually been doing as a school district, and we do have that information available and across our school sites. But this is just getting our policy updated to reflect that. And then also it reflects the new regulations, federal regulations, in particular with regards to our compliance officer change to Title IX coordinator throughout the policy with regards to the federal regulations. And with that, I take any comments and would ask that the board look at this for a consent item.
Thank you. Public, if there's any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature now.
Nope.
All right, not seeing any. Board, looks like Nancy. You're on mute still.
So were we going to take out the notation line or not? I wasn't.
Yeah, we're not going to leave the notations in. That was just for your reference.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then Jeff.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I attended a webinar about Title IX regulations and the way we handle investigations and everything like that. And that was pretty enlightening and a little, as an administrator, it was kind of a lot to take in. And then I got the packet and I was like, oh, it seemed like you were already kind of covering a lot of it. So I was pretty impressed with the amount of information being already incorporated into our processes. So.
Thank you.
Bridget?
Okay, so just from reading it, it seemed like, I mean, I don't know if I was reading it correctly, but it seemed like there was the process is the process changing so that the student or a complainant is no longer anonymous or confidential, that the person who's being, is this the Brock Turner thing, like where the person who's being accused has the right to know who's accusing them? Is that what this is?
Indirectly, some of that, but more so that we're being very transparent and communicative regarding what our policy is. So those who might be the offenders or the victims are very clear about how we are going to take action as a school district, but also our obligation to support whatever the potential legal or criminal things outside of the school district policy we are obligated to kind of fall in line with, I guess you could say.
And is there any situation where someone who would be convicted of sexual harassment or sexual abuse would not be fired from our district?
I would always say anything's a possibility. I think probably not likely, but anything is a possibility because we also have other rules and regulations and policies with regards to contracts, et cetera, that we would have to, because, you know.
Seriously? I mean, like that seems.
Well, Bridget, that's kind of a complicated question. So, you know, when we say sexual harassment, there's a whole range of what that is. And we are required, I'm saying under our collective bargaining agreements, but also under other policies on how we investigate that and respond to that. So like, I think you're imagining like really severe, pervasive sexual harassment, which has one kind of response, and there's a whole range of sexual harassment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it just seemed like that the language was taken out. The language that was struck out was, there was some part where it was like, it just was changed to much more general. And I have a fear of, you know.
I believe it was changed to the uniform complaint process.
Okay.
Which Tasha might be able to speak to this more, but that seems like there's a logic to that, like to have the same type of processes for complaints for different things so that you don't get confused in the investigation. I don't know, Tasha, do you want to?
Right, yeah. The other piece here is that Title IX that Jeffrey was speaking to, that they've put additional roles and responsibilities with the Title IX coordinator to facilitate that. We're a little bit smaller district, so some of us have dual roles, but essentially we would take this process through a uniform complaint procedures. But in addition to that, now we also have the complaint procedures that would go through the Title IX regs. And so it's a little bit more stringent responsibilities that we have to be very thorough in that process. So as you asked the question about would we take action, you know, we will do what the data leads us to do. I guess that would be what I would say there. And this is ensuring that we are taking all information into our decision making and being very thorough in this process.
Well, okay, we passed the board policy, but the whole thing is on hold because there's a lawsuit right now. Is that right? So we had passed the board policy and the corresponding AR, and then, but it wouldn't go into effect yet because of the the legislative action or the lawsuit. It was in the note. It said that there's a lawsuit.
Yeah, I think that was there for our understanding so that if something changes with that, then we may be coming back. And I think actually I even have some new updates. It might be to this policy or another one, but as things come in, we will update. So I think that was a note. That note was there to let you know that that is going on so that in fact, this could change in lots of different ways based upon litigation. But as of in this space and this time, this is where we are.
So the particular language that you were talking about, Bridget, is changed to being subject to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal. So, so it doesn't say that they are not going to be dismissed, but it's going to be progressive based on the facts of the case.
Okay. Well, I just okay. So this, this is something that was in law. It's in under litigation right now, right? So like they passed the law hasn't been implemented yet, but we're setting the board policy with the idea that the law is there. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Bridget, what I would say is that same paragraph, I was at first kind of having the same hard, like I liked that strong language of termination, right? So I kind of had the same process of you too, like, oh, like this is something that we should be serious about and that's unacceptable. But then I kind of realized like, okay, we're not changing, right? Like it is unacceptable, but this wording is more like accurate kind of with what Mike said. So I kind of had the same process in my head as you as well. And I think all of us are on that same page, right? Those are unacceptable behaviors to be happening at our schools. Okay. So are we ready to put this onto consent for our next meeting? Okay. On to E, discussion on board policy infectious diseases, 5141.22.
Thank you. So this is an update to our infectious diseases and the new law AB 262 and providing updates with regards to COVID-19 as well. And also the support around just kind of privacy laws as it relates to communicative diseases and being sure that we are complying with the health officers with regards to our communication about what's happening with a student, a staff, or whoever it might be, but also that we are carrying through with the procedures and policies that we're given, whether it be through the health department or other entities.
Thank you. Public, if there's any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Board, is there any questions or comments on this board policy? We good putting it onto consent? All right. Thank you, Tasha. On to F, discussion on board policy, individualized education program 6159.
So this is an update for our IEP process and our requirement with regards to 0430 regarding comprehensive local plan special education for our FAPE for our students. And just ensuring here that we are being aligned and keeping an eye on, in addition to our students who are in non-public schools. So just being mindful that we're not forgetting them and that we're also holding those entities responsible, just as we're holding our students who we get to see every day, if you will, responsible to the regulations that go with their FAPE, their IEP. And on here, I know there were some questions with regards to students 18 to 21. And we did think it was important to still include that because as we're transitioning our students to the high school district, just kind of being mindful of some of the things they need with regards to transition education plans and things of that nature. So this is just some updates and language changes as it relates to this particular policy. And so with that, seeking approval for this policy to move it to consent as well.
Thanks, Tasha. Public, if there's any comments on this item, please use the raise hand feature. I mean, as we're waiting, I think actually board, we can just, if there's any questions or comments, you can go.
So I appreciate now upon reflection of including the information about later steps in the process to begin to educate parents about their child's rights and responsibilities and what to expect moving forward in the educational process.
Board, any other questions or comments? Are we good putting it onto consent?
Yes.
Okay. On to G, discussions on board policy, procedural safeguards for special education, 6159.1.
Okay. So this is an update. The big distinction here is to just be very explicit that concerns regarding special education placements and processes is going to be separate from a uniform complaint procedure that will basically follow under IDEA for those disputes, and really trying to encourage us as a district and public entity to try to do that through informal resolutions so that we can, be more collaborative in this process as we're trying to work through complaints, whether it be with regards to non-compliance or how FAPE is being carried out for students. So just trying to make a big distinction between those two processes, that they're very distinctive. And so, so with that, coming to you for approval for 6159.1 for feedback and approval.
Thank you. Public, if there's any comments, please use the raise hand feature. And while waiting for that, board, is there any questions or comments?
Consent.
Okay, so it looks like everyone's good if we get that onto consent now. All right, now we are on to our last one. Discussion on board policy, non-public, non-sectarian school and agency services for special education, 6159.2.
So this is an update again with regards to our students who are in non-public schools being served. So there was an update here to basically be sure that we're verifying that non-public schools are providing the appropriate staff training and practices of interventions to students, in particular as it relates to their behavioral needs, and being sure that they're trained and certified in appropriate techniques and philosophies as it relates to dealing with more intensive behaviors. And so coming to the board for recommendation of 6159.2 for feedback and approval.
Thank you. Public, if there's any comments, please use the raise hand feature. And board, any comments while we're waiting on that? We're good with consent.
Michelle, you're off.
Thank you. Sorry. I was just saying thank you. Thank you for all of your work, you and your team, getting those together and getting them updated. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, on to review and action 9A, acceptance and award of bid, AV upgrades at select sites. And Rob.
All right, good evening, board. On October 20th, we accepted and opened bids for the AV upgrades at select site projects. That project is including audio video upgrades in the multi-use at Vargas, Cherry Chase, San Miguel, and Columbia Middle School. Each of those sites, the three first mentioned elementary schools in particular, when the multi-uses were either last modernized or constructed, a integrated projector system was not included in those projects there. So what we're looking to do is to bring them up to the same AV standard as some of our more recently modernized buildings, such as Lakewood, for example. On their multi-use, they have a integrated projector system. Just because really it's just something that's a nice, convenient way for staff and community presentations. And then over at Columbia, their system was done a number of years ago and has had challenges throughout the time it's been there. Plus one of the projector screens has failed as well. So we opened bids on October 20th, as I mentioned. The apparent low bid was submitted by RK Associates. They do business as Escon Builders. They've done one project as a general contractor for us previously. They were the contractor who did the work to install the 3 rental leased portables on the backside of Sunnyvale Middle School. They did good work for us there. And coincidentally, they've actually been a subcontractor on 2 of our recent projects as well and have continued to perform well there. So it's my recommendation that the board accept the bid as responsive and award the project to RK and Associates, doing business as Escon Builders.
Thank you, Rob. Public, is there any comments on this agenda item? Please use the raise hand feature. And not seeing any. Board, is there a motion?
Sure. I'll move that we accept the bid from RK and Associates doing business as Escon Builders for our upgrades at these sites.
I'll second.
Board, is there any questions or comments?
Did we get a second? I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Jeff seconded.
I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Rob. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on to 9B, approval of resolution R21-07 in the matter of adopting a conflict of interest code and revised exhibit 9270 conflict of interest code. Dr. Gallagher.
So we brought the same item to you a meeting or two ago, and then we found out, we sent it back to the county and they said you need to do a do-over. The difference was we were using general titles, like for example, assistant superintendent, instead of spelling it out individually. We thought that was more efficient. So in case there was a change, it would capture all assistant superintendents. They said, no, it has to be specific. And every time you change a title, you need to go back and redo it. We can have titles in there that we're not using, like deputy superintendent or CBO, but that's allowed. So I apologize, but we had to bring this back on a do-over.
Thanks, Mike. If there's any comments from the public, please use the raise hand feature now. Not seeing any. Board, is there a motion?
I move approval of resolution R21-07 in the matter of adopting a conflict of interest code and revised exhibit 9270 conflict of interest code.
I'll second.
All right, Reed had the second. Board, is there any questions or comments?
I just think it's so funny because we thought we were beating the system, like making it easier, and then they're like, ah. So all good.
I still like our idea better.
I think it should have worked.
I think so too.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to the
Consent
agenda items. Board, is there a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, I forgot public comment first. Sorry. If there's any public comment on any consent agenda items, please use the raise hand feature. We'll give it just a moment and then we'll look for a second. All right, not seeing any. Is there a second to Jeff's motion?
Aye.
It's like we got Bridget seconding that one.
Yeah.
Board, is there any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Nope.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. I want to make note of item 11 is a list of informational items. So it's attached to the board agenda are all the administrative regulations connected to the board policies we just previously discussed in the review and discussion. So those are available for people to look at. And I do think we maybe want to do the meeting discussion since we're including Isabel before closed session. She doesn't have to conclude with that.
I think so too.
I move that
we need to make a motion to like adjust our agenda.
I move that we amend the agenda to move discussion about our meetings to this point.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. With that, the amended agenda. And I just realized, Nancy, did you do the original agenda?
Yes.
Okay, and that was the same second?
I think I did the original agenda. I think I voted to approve the agenda. So
you want to rescind?
Sure, I just want to amend my agenda as we just changed it.
What Nancy said. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well then I'll stop.
Jesus, did we do everything we needed to there?
You had Reed as a first, Nancy as a second, initially.
Yeah. So do
Yeah,
we need
so
to
we-
like re-vote with that, or does the vote we did work?
It can work.
It works? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will discuss future meetings.
You want me to get started?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll
Okay.
do that next.
So
Yes.
on the 19th, originally that was going to be what we refer to as our board organization meeting. The proposal is to do that discussion on the 19th. And it would be a relatively short meeting, like I think, Michelle, you said like about an hour.
I think you meant the 18th though, correct?
Yeah, the 18th. Yeah, so move that to the 18th, and then also include a board self-evaluation component to that meeting. That would give us ample time to do that. We wouldn't feel rushed because the 19th would be the meeting where we, the major focus of that would be the reopening plan. And we also have one other agenda item we would like to add, and that is the Lakewood Library plans. And the reason we'd like to include that is because the city staff has requested that we bring that to them before it goes to the city council so that they can say that the Board of Education has looked at the plans first. Okay, so that's the first half. And then the next thing that happened, which I referenced in our weekend update letter to you, was the state has changed the law about the day
Hey,
that.
Mike, let me interrupt really fast. Were we
Okay.
gonna bring Isabel on as a panelist?
Oh,
right
yeah.
now?
Yes.
So she could so we need to make sure the 18th works for her.
Yes.
And does that work for everyone else? So just as we're bringing Isabel on as a panelist, so the idea, we'll give more information when we get the packet out, but just for you thinking, for the board evaluation, we're not going to do like an official formal evaluation, but kind of more an informal, kind of a glows and grows of our board this last year, with also an opportunity for Reed to kind of share all of her wisdom before she departs from us. So you can just kind of be thinking about, a glow and a grow from this year. And it will be just kind of a short, reflective conversation.
And then we're also going to talk about roles for next year. That's
Yeah. So I was talking about specifically the evaluation piece, kind of what that will look like. And then the regular piece about the committees and the reorganization discussion. So, Reed, we would want you a part of that first part. And Isabel, we'd love to have you kind of listen in on that part. And then for the second piece, Reed, of course, you're welcome to stay, but you wouldn't really be a part of that discussion. And it would be more the four of us and Isabel having that discussion.
Got it.
Okay. So Mike, you want to go into December meetings?
Yeah, okay. So December, the challenge that we have is the state changed their rule about the first day that a board member can serve. It has to be after the second Friday of December. And we also have another deadline, and that is we have to have approve the first interim budget on or before the 15th of December, but it has to be on a regularly scheduled board meeting. So we need to leave December 10th as scheduled so that we can approve the first interim on time. But then we need to add another meeting so that Isabel can start and so that Reed can move on with the rest of her life. So, and by the way, welcome, Isabel.
Hi.
Hi, welcome. Fun to see you up here.
So my first thought was the 15th, just randomly, but I mean, there's a week after, any day on the week of the 14th would work.
I thought you had a 15th, or is it the 15th of November you have the SSD? Oh, that's the 15th of November is the school plans.
So
You
the
had
15th of
the
December.
15th was that on your other calendar? You had 15th of December or something?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your other, what we just did, the school reopening plan. Didn't you have something on the 15th?
Oh, no.
That's all November.
That's all-
Everything's in November.
I
Okay.
thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. Okay.
I might be wrong. I know all the
There's
meetings
not a
are
community
November.
meeting scheduled for the 15th of December.
So we're looking at the 15th of December, correct?
That's my proposal.
So does that work for
Would it be
everyone?
and I'm curious, is that when Isabel's going to be sworn in, or can we do that on the 10th as well?
We
No.
can't swear her in on the 10th.
Okay.
Which is
I
why
knew,
we're
I knew
asking.
she can't sit. I know she couldn't sit on the meeting, but I was wondering if that would be a swearing in for that, and then
I think she can't be. No, she can't be sworn in
Yeah,
until.
this is why we're adding the extra meeting, is because she can't be sworn in on the 10th because it's not past the second Friday, but we have to have the meeting on the 10th to pass the interim. So we're having the meeting on the 10th to say goodbye to Reed and to pass the interim or whatever else needs to get done. And that we schedule a meeting the next week to swear in Isabel. And when I think we still actually swear in Nancy, even though she's on.
Yes.
And just a little caveat, my daughter, whose name is also Isabel is having surgery that morning on the 10th. So she'll be home, I'm sure, that night, unless she spends the night in the hospital. But either way, I can be there for, the beginning to say goodbye and thank you to Michelle and all that stuff. But I just can't commit to staying because I don't think my mental state will be in the right place. I just wasn't planning on being there for that meeting. So that's a scoop, which is kind of fun because you guys say goodbye to me and then Isabel starts nice and fresh. So the next meeting. So
I mean, you could in theory miss that meeting, right? Like, or does she need to be there? Does she need to attend that meeting? But you could have your goodbye thing another day.
yeah, I don't have to be there, but I think I can be there. And if for some reason I can't, I'll let you guys know. Like, I think just being on for 15 minutes or whatever, 20 minutes, half hour, whatever, will be fine. So maybe I just start out with you, and that'll actually be uplifting for me. I'll probably need it. So, so I just start out with you guys, and we'll kind of do our thing, and then when you guys get down to the nitty gritty, I'll go.
And
Does that
four
work?
of us, there's enough to prove it. So does the 15th work for everybody?
The 15th works for me. That's fine. For me.
Sorry, I was a little thick there. I just want to make sure I had the details down, but it works for me.
But
oh, you're good. It is a little bit confusing, tricky. Okay, so the 15th works for the 5 who will be the new board members. And then just want to confirm that the 18th works for all 6 of us, because all of us will be at different parts of it. So the 18th.
Do you want to do 7 o'clock as always, or do you want to start earlier? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. 7 o'clock makes sense, but if someone needs to do a different time, we can accommodate.
Wait, so the 18th is a Friday?
Wednesday.
No, the 18th
Wednesday.
is Thursday. I mean, is November.
Oh,
Wednesday
God.
of November.
Okay.
We're going
Back late, girl.
Mike will send out all the dates and times in his weekend report tomorrow, so you don't have to write it down now. He'll send it out.
And I have one other question. This is going to be kind of obnoxious, but the 19th meeting, I think are we approving the plans at that one? The plans for the, okay. I'm leaving super early the next day to be gone for a week, so I'm going to be a bit of a disaster, but so I just hope we can kind of like move everything along, not make it a 11 o'clock meeting.
It will be just the 2 items. I mean, it will take some time, but it will just be those. That's kind of why we're separating these, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
I think the Lakewood Library won't be long. It'll be awesome, but the other part could be.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is everything. Mike, we're good with that part, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we're going to go to closed session now?
Yes.
Yeah, so we just are going back to item 12 now, public comments. Thank you, Isabel, for joining us, and we look forward.
Thanks, Isabel. Good luck. Have fun. Call me if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's any public comments on closed session items, please use the raise hand feature.
Mike, is there a special board meeting on the 2nd of December? Is there anything that day? No. Okay.
All right, not seeing it. Oops, sorry. Did you have another question, Bridget?
No, I must have written it down in the.
It was maybe a while ago, yeah. Okay, we are adjourning at 10:42 to closed session. Is everyone good going straight there, or do we need a break?
No,
let's just go.
Okay. Okay, and then we will come back here to report out. Thank you for those who We will not be here to the bitter end. Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you to Desmond and Sabrina. I'll go ahead and turn off.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Sorry about the hiccup in the beginning, but it eventually worked.
Yeah, it worked out.
Good. And we'll see you next week, Sabrina. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, yes. Bye. Goodbye. Have a good night, everyone. Buenas
You
noches.
too.
Oh, this is the latest ever meeting. This is going to be a winner in the bad way. Oh.
Can't hear you, Michelle.
Hello.
Mute. Thank
Okay.
you. We are reconvening our open session at 11:22 p.m. In closed session, we discussed conference with labor negotiator, Sunnyvale Education Association, and Classified School Employees Association. No action was taken. We already discussed the future meetings, and with that, I adjourn our meeting at 11.